If you want to learn how to create an online course website, maybe something like the Udemy, the Coursera, then this video is for you because I'm going to be walking you step by step how to create a professional looking online course website. So even if you're a beginner when it comes to web design or when it comes to WordPress, because that's what you're going to be using, this video is going to guide you through all of the steps so that at the end of this video, you'll be having a professional looking online course website that is very unique. Here's a website we're going to be making reference to. So if you look at it here, so online courses to learn and the like. So all those things I'm going to be walking you through. So you can see this is the header. We might not be using this header, but I'll show you how to create this header and a different kind of header so you can choose which one you want to use. Okay, so the aim of this tutorial is not only to show you how to create this type of website. Like you can see here, we have this heading here, popular courses, and then we have a list of courses. If you click on view all courses, it will take you to the course page. So you can see here, then we have this particular section and a whole lot of other section. You can see explore certificate. So if you want to also give out certificate once they complete any online course, you can also add that. I'll be showing you how to do that. Then you can also have a blog section, you can have a testimonial, and this is a subscribe button for email marketing if you want to capture visitors' emails so that you can send them emails. And then we have this footer here, and then here we have another footer. All right, so all this is what I'm going to be walking you through. Again, I'm going to be walking you through how you can create all of this section and also show you how you can also create your own distinct design and layout, okay, so that as much as everyone that's going to be watching this video, so that you can have maybe a different design or a different layout. So all these things are what I'm going to be putting you through in the course of this video. So this is the home page we are going to be making reference to. So let's check out other pages. So if you look at these pages now, this is become a teacher. So apart from creating an online course website where you can also showcase your own courses, you can also make it easy for other people to also come on your website and also become an instructor. So you can see like this page says become a teacher, and then this page is for those that want to apply to become an instructor or a teacher on your platform. So you can see it here. So once they log in, they'll be able to apply to become an instructor. So the main thing is this sign up form that you're going to be seeing here, which I'm going to be showing you. So you can also have this type of layout, maybe become an instructor rules, starts with a course. If you want to have a separate design, you can just do that. The important thing is to have this particular form here that they will need to fill, okay? And then if you look at the course page, so this is the course page where it's going to show all the course that you have on your platform, on your website. So you can see it here. You can see this, if you want to have it in grid, if you want to have it in lists, you can also create this sort. If you want them to sort based on newly published, based on the title, price, or based on how popular the course is. And if you look at this sidebar, okay, based on the category that you've created, you have it here based on the author or the instructor, depending on the terms that you want to use that best fits the kind of website. Is it based on price? Okay, so all of this is what I'm going to be putting you through. This is what the course page look like. And if you want a different design or a different layouts too, I'm going to making sure that I walk you through all the process. Okay, so this is also the about page. So this is what the about page look like. And this is another counter right here. And then we have this section, we have this testimonial section, and then we have this image slider. Okay, and then this is our contact page. All right, so this is the contact page. You can see all these effects. Once you hover over it, there is a color that is appearing just below all of these boxes. Okay, and if you scroll down, this is our contact form. If they need to contact you, once they fill this form, and then the message will go straight to your admin email or whatever email that you set up when creating your contact form. This is a map showing your location. And then if you don't want any of this section too, you can easily take it out. It's optional. It's not compulsory for you to create exactly what is here. Okay, don't forget, it's not compulsory you create maybe the same section, the same layout. You can be creative. Okay, and I'm going to be walking you through all of this in this video. All right. So guys, if you're really excited about this, do make sure you give the video a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you are yet to subscribe. And do make sure you share the video, okay? So in the course of it, if you have any question, maybe at the end of this video, do make sure you leave them in the comment section. I'll do my best to make sure I attend to it, all right? So with that being said, now let's get started with creating an online course website using WordPress. So to get started with any website, there are two basic things that you're going to need. Number one, you're going to need a domain name, and number two, you're going to need an hosting plan, okay? So when we talk about the domain name basically means your website name. That is what people are going to enter into their browser to access your website. A typical example is if you want to access Facebook, you need to type in facebook.com into your browser. If you want to access BBC, you're going to type in bbc.co.uk. .com into your browser. If you want to access Instagram, instagram.com. So those words are what makes up your domain name. All right. So this is what we refer to as your domain name. All right. The next one is your hosting. Now, basically, in simple terms, your hosting is where all the information of your on your website are being stored. For example, on this website now, all of this text, all these images, you can see the content exactly like, for example, this is an online course website. All the content you are going to be putting up on your website, you know, the material, the PDF, the certificates, you know, the text, the course material and everything, they are stored somewhere on the internet. Okay, so that is where the hosting comes into place. All right, so now for you to get this to a platform comes highly recommendable. So just come over to this page, akprosperblog.com/hosting, and then you'll be taken to this page. You can see here hosting here. This is currently one of the best hosting platforms that you can find on the internet right now. They offer the best and quality hosting service. So if you're here, you see it, and you're getting 75% of hosting plus AI website builder. Okay, so once you are here, if you click on start now, here you'll be taken to the different pricing and the plan. All right, so we have the basic plan, the growth plus AI, and then the scale plus AI. Now, since we are working on e-commerce platform, I will recommend you go with the growth.ai. Now, if you check the difference between the three plans, you'll see it right here. Now, if you look at this basic plan, remember we are creating e-commerce website. You can see for e-commerce, and then this is checked for e-commerce. Okay, so that means this has more features that we need to actually get us started. All right, and then maybe later on you can decide to go up with this scale plus AI. So since you are just starting out, this is okay. Now you can see you are also going to be getting a free domain for the first year. And remember, like I said earlier, you are going to be needing two things: your domain name and your hosting. So they are providing us with hosting, and then we are also going to be getting a free domain for the first year. And then you can also use this same plan to create up to 50 websites. So maybe once you are done with your first website and you want to create another website, you don't need to come back and purchase another hosting. With the same hosting plan, you can create up to 50 websites. Okay, so you can see these are some other features that comes with it. Basic e-commerce, business email, 5 minutes backups per year, daily backup. You get up to 50 gig of storage, and then you get priority support, team collaboration, and the likes. Okay, compared to the basic plan. So what you do once you are here, just go ahead and click on choose plan. So once this page open up, the next thing you're supposed to do is to choose the period. How long do you want to purchase this hosting? Now, if you click here, you're going to have the option of choosing 1 month, 12 months, 24 months, and 48 months plan. Now, remember, you're getting a free domain. So for you to get a free domain, you have to pick anything from the 12 months plan. Okay, that's what is going to give you the free domain. Like you see it here, domain name, you won't be charged for it. You're getting a free domain. However, if you are thinking on long term, okay, I'll recommend you go with either the 24 or 48 months plan. That's if you are thinking of, you know, the website on a long-term basis. And also choosing the 24 or 48 months plan will also increase the discounts you're going to be getting. Okay, for example, now for 12 months, your total is $59.88. But if you go with 24 months, that's 107.76. And then if you choose to go with the 48 months plan, that's $181.92. Okay, and you're also going to be getting plus 3 months free hosting. Okay, so the higher plan you choose, the more discount you're going to be getting. For example, on the 48-month plan now, you are saving as high as $489. Okay, so just make sure you choose anything from 24 to 48. That's what I'm actually recommending. Okay, so depending on your budget anyway, but those are the two. So once you have chosen any of the plan that you want to go with, okay, then you can come over here and then you click on continue. So on this page now, you're going to be prompted to create an account. So here you put in your email address and your password. So you need to take note of the email address and the password you want to use to create your account with them. Okay, so once you do that, you put in your email address and your password, and then you click on register. Once you've completed the registration process and then you've verified your email, the next page you're going to be coming is where you're going to put in your billing address. So that's your name, your last name, your country, your phone number. You know, you just fill in all of these details. Once you are done with them, you click on the continue, and then you'll be able to make your payment. So there are different payment options that will be available to you depending on your country. Okay, so you can pay with your card. There's option of PayPal, there's option of Google Pay, OPay. I think this is available because of the country, my country. So we also have Alipay and then CoinGate. So whatever country you are actually watching from, you definitely see a payment system that will definitely work for you. So choose whichever one that works best for you, and then you'll be able to check out. Okay, so you can see once you put in your either your pay with card and then you submit your payment, then you'll be able to purchase your hosting plan. Once you have completed the payment process of paying for your domain, okay, so once you've completed the billing process, the next thing you're going to be getting access to your hosting dashboard, which is what you are seeing here. So once you're on this page, you see this all of these options here: your home, website, domain, horizon, emails, and the likes. So where we are coming is you click on websites. So once you are here, you see this option to add website. So go ahead and click on add website. Now all these options will pop up. We have WordPress, hosting your website builder. So what we want to go with is WordPress. Now you see some of this survey or questionnaire, so you can decide to skip them or answer them. So let's say I'm creating for myself or my business, go to next. So now the next phase now is for you to create an account. Now this information is what you are going to be using to log in into your WordPress website itself. Okay, so here you put in your email. You can see it here, WordPress email, admin email, and then your administrator password. Now one thing I would advise is make sure that whatever password you're using here, you take note of the password. Okay, so by default they'll generate a password for you. Okay, but you can go ahead and create your own password. All right, then make sure your password fulfill all of this information: one number, one symbol, one uppercase letter, one Latin letter, and then between 8 to 50 character. Okay, so one only Latin character. Okay, and then one symbol. So the symbol can be anything, full stop, and all of this symbol sign. So once you fill in all of this information, you click on next. Now you'll be asked to create with a website with AI, pre-built website and theme. So just click on create a blank site. All right. So now the next thing is this. Now they're asking that what domain or subdomain would you like to use? Now there are three options here. You can see number one, it said claim your free domain, buy a new domain, or confirm a domain you already own. Now let me explain the three to you. Now if you've purchased your hosting, so that means you can go ahead and claim your free domain. So what you do is you put in the domain that you want to use. Okay, let's say for example this is the domain you want to use. Maybe you want to use this domain now, so you go ahead and put in the domain. If the domain is available, you see the option here with claim, so you click on claim. All right, so that's the first option. Now the second one says buy a new domain. Now this buy a new domain is when you want to create maybe your second website. Okay, maybe you've already claimed your free domain and then you want to create another website. You can go ahead and purchase another domain from them also. They also offer that service. All right, now the third one is confirm a domain you already own. Now maybe you already have a domain already, which is what I want to do. For example, I already have this domain gpt.com, and that's what I want to use. So I'll just go ahead and put in the domain, so you can see, do you own this domain? Use it. So I'll click on it. So you can see the domain is registered at another provider. You need to verify you own it when you connect it to your site. So that's lets you know if you have a domain on another platform, maybe you have a domain from GoDaddy, from Bluehost, or from other platform, you can also use it. All right, so and that's what I'm doing. So you can see it here. I've put in this domain. I actually have this domain on another platform, Dynadot. Okay, so what I'll just do is then you go ahead and click on install WordPress. So with that, now our WordPress installation is in progress. You can see it here, 6%, 7%, 8%. So I'll just pause the video and let it to go to 100, but it takes less than 2-3 minutes. Okay, so guys, if you are finding value in this video, please give the video a thumbs up, and if you are yet to subscribe, please go ahead and click on that subscribe button. Once the WordPress installation has been completed, you can see you're going to be redirected to a page that looks like this. So this is the WordPress dashboard. All right, so anytime you need to access this page, so just come over to your browser, and then so you can see from here, you're just going to type in the name, your domain name .com/wp-admin. So if I should, so you can see this is what you're going to just put in your domain name /wp-admin. So it will bring you back to this dashboard. Okay, so that is if you are not logged in, it will ask you to log in. Remember the email and the password you used when creating your WordPress account. All right, so you can see it to bring you back to your WordPress dashboard. All right, now another thing I also need to mention is once you are logged in like this And if you are not seeing your domain, maybe you are seeing something like preview dot or a random text. Basically what it means is your domain is yet to link properly with your hosting plan. Sometimes it takes time. It can take maybe 5-30 minutes, an hour or two. Okay. In most cases, it can take 24 hours, but not anymore. The technology has improved beyond that. So what they do is, instead of you waiting, they're going to just create a temporary domain for you that you can use to keep creating your website. Okay. So once it has completed the propagation process, then you are going to be seeing your domain. All right. And if you have waited for some time and you cannot see it, just go back to your hosting plan and then log in again from your hosting account, and then you're going to see your domain. All right, so I just need to mention that. All right, so once you are here, there are some things you might need to also do. So just come over to plugin. I'll still explain what that means. So just come over to plugins. Or let me just say, plugins are, I explain them as an app, or those are apps that, they add more functionalities to your website. Okay, so just go ahead and disable this Hostinger AI, Hostinger onboarding, Hostinger reach, and then Hostinger 2. All right, so just click on this bulk action, click on deactivate, click on apply. So then next thing, you're going to delete them. All right, so make sure you leave this light speed catch. All right, it's very essential. So then you can now go ahead and delete. All right, so first you need to deactivate. Once you have deactivated, then you can delete any plugin. So basically that's what the plugin is. So now we can then come back to our dashboard. So you can see, welcome to WordPress. Again, if you want to clean up all of these notifications, if you don't want to see some of this information, once you see this screen option, so you click on it, just disable them. All right. So you want to have a cleaner view, so you can see it here. That's how you disable them, and then you can close it. All right. So another thing you might want to do is, see where it's showing my email. So you can just click on it to edit profile. All right. So this is where you can edit. If you want to change your color scheme, so maybe you want to change it to light, so you can see here, change it to modern or whatever color that you think you are okay with, but I'm okay with the default color. All right. So language, if you want to change the language from the back end, okay, that's the language for the back end, not the entire website. Okay, just for you as a user, so that you can access it. This is where you can do that. All right. So this is current username. Then I can just go ahead and put in a first name and a last name. So let me just put in okay, let me use PA Academy. All right, so once you put that in, you can see display name. Then I come over to, I can just select this. All right, so this will change, but instead of having your email, this will just be every other thing. So if you want to put a bio about yourself, you want to put in a profile picture, you can easily do that. So just go ahead and update. I just want to make sure that my email is not what is showing here. All right, so with that being done, let me go back to my dashboard. All right, so what I want to explain to you is all of these menu items you are seeing here. All right, it's a fresh installation, so you are seeing fewer options here. As we install more plugins and more themes, you are going to be seeing more options right here. So let me quickly explain some of these things to you. So this is our dashboard. So this is post. So this is where you're going to add blog posts to your website. So if once you hover it, you see we have all posts, add post, category and tags. All right, so if you want to add a post, once you hover it, you can see add post. Then this is for media. This is where all your media files, your images, your course material, maybe PDF or video files or audio files, this is where you are going to find them. But in case I didn't mention, just make sure that if you want to use any video files on your online course website, make sure you don't upload the file directly into your website. You can upload it into platform like maybe YouTube or Vimeo, then you embed it, or you just put the link into the website. I'm going to show you that once we start creating courses. Okay, basically this is to help reduce space that is being used on your hosting. Okay, and to ensure that your website is fast. All right, so this is for pages. You are going to make use of this more often. If you want to create maybe your own page, your about us page, this is where you're going to do that. This is for comments. Once you start receiving comments on your website, you're going to see it here. This is where you're going to click to either approve the comment or to delete any comment. Now this is for appearance. Now under appearance, we have theme and editor. Once we install our theme, you're going to see more options under this appearance. This is for plugins. Like I said, these are additional tools, okay, that you can install to add more functionalities to your website. Then this is for user. All right, so this is where you can add more user into your website. You're still going to look at this, how you can add other people into your website. You're still going to look at this. This is for tools. It comes with these other options. Then settings, and these are the options under settings. Now this light speed cache. So this is a plugin that helps with speed. And if at any point in time you are creating your website, so let me click on presets. Is that if at any point you're working on a website, it might not be this website or any website, and you notice that you are making some changes and they are not taking effect, So just come over to that light speed card, click on preset, and then you apply preset, okay, and those changes will take effect. All right. So with that being said now, so let's come over to settings. There are a few things we might need to do here. So let me just open up everything and permalinks. So the first one we opened was general. So this is where you enter your site's title. So I can go ahead and change this. So once I change this, it will also change at the upper left over here. So let me change it to PA Academy. So that's it. Then you can put in a tagline so you can see in few words explain what this site is about. Example, just another WordPress site. Okay. So I can just say that. Yes, I can just say that online learning redefined. Now this is the site icon. So this is where you can upload the site icon. You can do this here, and there's still another place you can do it under the customize section. Basically, this is the icon that will show at the tab of your browser. Okay, just like you can put in your logo right here. All right. So this is the website address. Okay, so this is your website address. Administrator email, this is it. You will need to change it. Now for this membership, where it says anyone can register, go ahead and tick it. All right, because you know it's an online course website. People can come on your website to make purchases, so they should be able to also register. So make sure this is checked. All right. Okay, so this is the site language. So if you want to change the site language, this is where you do it. For the time zone, if you want to change your time zone, your date format, you can leave it as default, but if you feel like you need to change them based on your audience and you. So once you do that, go ahead and click on save. Underwriting, we don't have much to do here. So let me just go ahead and close this. Then for reading, we might come back here. For discussion, let's still leave all of this the way it is. Now for permalink settings, make sure it is on post name, right? So if yours is not on post name, make sure you put it on post name, and then don't forget to save. So I can go ahead and close that. So those are some of the settings that I want to do under the settings. So now that we've done that, the next thing is for us to install our theme. Just like the way your themes works on your phone, once you install a theme on your phone, it changes the entire feels, it changes the entire appearance of your phone. Okay, maybe from the apps icon and the likes. The same thing applies here. Your theme is what change the appearance and the customization option of your website. It also helps you to achieve the kind of website you want to design, okay, because of the features and the functionalities that it actually comes with. So for you to do that, you come over to appearance and then you click on themes. All right, so before we click on themes, let me show you what our website currently looks like. So if I hover over here, if I click on view site, so let me put that in a new tab. So you can see this is what our website currently looks like. Now, because it's currently on this theme, by default, WordPress will give you some theme by default. This is 2025 theme. So if I should go ahead and activate 2024, so I over activate, I click on activate. So you can see this is already activated. You can see 2024, it will come at default. Now, if I should come here now, remember this is for 2025. Now that I've changed to 2024, if I should refresh this, so you can see that it's changed the feel of the website. So that's what the theme does. It comes with some other customization option, right? However, we won't be using this theme, all right? So this is not the theme we are going to be using. We are going to be using a theme that makes it easy for us to create an online course website. So for you to do that, so just come over to this website, akprosperblog.com/eduma, and you're going to be redirected to this page, okay? So this is the theme that we're going to use. So once you're on this page, just go ahead and click on add to cart. So once you click on add to cart, so this is it right here, then you can go ahead and click on go to check. So if in case you don't have an account, so just select how you want to create an account, maybe with Google, with Apple, Facebook, or with email, whichever one you want to do. So once you select it, so what you want to do now is put in your first name, your last name, your email, just fill in this information, then click on create an account and continue. All right, so I already have an account, so I can go ahead and sign in. I'm signed in already. So next you select your payment method. So you can pay with your card and you can pay with PayPal. So whichever one is convenient for you. All right, so you're going to pay with your card, you put in your card details and then you pay securely. All right. So once that is done, come back to this page, akprosperblog.com/eduma. Don't worry, I'm going to leave a link to it in the description. You can also see it on the screen. All right, so you can just hover over your accounts here. So you see downloads. So come over and click on downloads. So right here, you're going to see the theme. So you click on this download. So there are two things you want to download. You want to download the installable WordPress files, and you can also download either of these two, the license code. Okay, you can download it in PDF or in text format. Okay, but these are the two things you need: installable WordPress files, and then the license code. All right, I mean the purchase code, license certificate, and purchase code. All right, so just go ahead and download it. So once you have downloaded that, you come back to your WordPress site. So you can see here we have this add themes. So you come over here and click on add themes. Okay, so there are lots of other themes here actually. So there are a lot of free themes here, but we are not going to be using any of them. So just come over here to upload theme. So you can see here, choose file. So you go to your downloads or anywhere the file was downloaded to. So you can see it here. You just click on it and you click on open. All right, so once you're here, just click on install now. So it has done with the installation. The next thing is to activate. So come over here, click on activate. All right, so the next thing you're going to see is it says this theme call installers. Welcome to theme call installer where you set up Eduma. So just go ahead and click on install and activate. The next is to complete the activation process. So you can see welcome to Eduma. So let's go ahead and click on next. So this is the general setup. What is the name of your site? So we already have it set like this. And it has picked it up from the information we provided earlier. So we click on save. So it's theme updates. So now we need to activate the theme. So click on activate theme. All right. So this is where you are going to enter the purchase code. All right. So remember when we are here, this is what I said, download the license certificate and purchase code. So those are the information that we need here for you to get it. So the other file that you download, so just go ahead and open it. So you'll see it here, purchase code. So let me copy mine. So once you've copied it, you come over here to where we have purchase code. Then you paste it. Now, personal token, this is optional, so you don't need that. So I agree to my purchase code and user data will be stored by LeaenPress. So you need to check this and then you click on submit. So you can see license activated successfully. All right, so the next thing you are going to do is it's going to ask us to install some themes, okay? I mean, some plugins rather, that are highly recommended, right? So we need this. So this will WP Events Manager. This is if you want to create events as an administrator, if you want to create events, you want to do that, this is what it's for. But I won't be needing it, all right? So, but I'll be needing this contact form 7. Now, this contact form 7 is what you're going to use to create a contact form on your contact page. MailChimp, as I showed you earlier in the home page. So let me show, this is what you're going to use to create this section. This section like that you can see here, all right? Then we also have theme portfolio. So this is for instructors. If they want to have a portfolio, maybe they can show some of their projects or some of the things that they've done. They want to add it to their profile so that you can go ahead and install this. Okay, it's actually optional, but this you are going to need this and this WooCommerce, and then you can also go ahead and install the WooCommerce booster. All right. So I'm also going to install this interactive content. Okay. All right. So go ahead and click on install and activate. So you allow it to install and activate. Once that is done, to bring you to this page where to show you a list of demo websites that you can go ahead and import to have your website. So you can see it here. There are different design, different templates that you can import. But I'm not going to be doing that, okay? Because if you go ahead and import it, it's going to import so many things that you might not actually need, and that won't even help you because this is the demo that we are working with. This is it right here that we want to create. So I won't be doing that to bring in a demo. I'm going to be showing you how you can create yours. All right. So I won't be doing that. So I'll just click on next step. So you can say customize your store. So click on customize your site. So yeah, it's taking us to our customization page. So let me just close this. We are still going to come back here, but not now. So I come back and click on agree and continue. All right. Then I can go ahead and view your site. All right. So this is what our site is currently looking like. So you can see it here. So the next thing is for us to take it from this to what we have right here. All right, so instead of importing a ready-made website, I'm going to be walking you through how you can create yours to make your learning process much easier. All right, so now if you look at what we're having here, so let me click on the dashboard. So you see that we are having more options right here. So you can see, unlike before we added the theme, now we can see that we have this Eduma, LeaenPress, we have WooCommerce, product, payment, analytics, marketing. A lot of other options now are appearing on our dashboard. The next thing I'm going to do is to see how we can make use of all these options here to start creating our online course website. Okay, so right here I can easily bring this, since there's empty box here, I can drag this into this box so you can customize all of this. All right, so if you come over to this menu here where we have Eduma, you see you have dashboard, license. We've done this. This is where you can import your demo. Then plugin, this is where we need. So let me open this in a new tab. So I've explained earlier what plugins is. This I said these are additional, more like apps that add more functionalities to your website. Okay, so there are some apps that we'll need to install into our website. So if you come over here, this is Eduma. Basically, another advantage of using this Eduma theme that I shared with you is that you see all these apps that you are seeing here, I mean all these plugins, okay, because of you've purchased this theme, all right, from you'll be getting access to all of these apps at no extra cost. For example, some of these plugins are premium plugins that if you have to get them individually, you have to pay for them. But with this theme, they come with all these plugins for free. All right, so now let's look at them one after the other. So WooCommerce add-on for LeaenPress. So let me go ahead and install this. Gradebook add-on. So if you want any of them, I won't be installing everything, but if there's anyone that you need for, depending on some of the features that you want in your own online course website, you can go ahead and install them. All right, so I'm going to install this certificate add-on for LeaenPress. What this does is it allows you to be able to give learners certificate upon completion of a particular course. So if you want them to be able to get certificate, you need to install this. All right, Stripe add-on. So if you want to accept payment via Stripe, go ahead and install this. Then random quiz add-on if you want this. Live course, if you want to do live course on your platform, maybe you want an instructor to be able to take live classes, then you're going to need this plugin. So another one is co-instructor. So if you want to have a co-instructor, that means maybe more than one instructor to be the author of a particular course or no, you can also do that. So let me add this. If you want to add this WPML, that's WordPress multi-language. If you want your website to be multilingual, then this is commission add-on. I want to install this. That means once an instructor, that means if someone come on your platform or your website to create a course, once the course gets sold, you're going to get a commission. So this is the plugin that makes it easy for you to set that up. All right. So if you want to do upsell, you can install this. If this is for announcement, all right. So announcement is a great way to promote your course and update new features. So if you want to add this feature, announcement, it can come in different way within your website. You can do that. If you want to be doing assignments, great way to assign tasks, SA for your students. All right. If you want to be giving them assignments based on your course, you also install this. Paid membership. If you want to also enable membership features whereby instead of probably buying a particular course, they can subscribe to a membership plan that will give them access to maybe all the old courses or certain number of courses. All right. So that is what this particular one is for. I won't be using it. So you can see this is another one paid. This is an add-on to this. All right. So by default, these plugins, they are actually paid, but because you are getting this theme Eduma, you're going to be getting them for free. Okay. So we also have these prerequisite courses. So if you want to say course you have to finish before you can enroll to this course. So if you want to enable that feature for some certain course, maybe before anyone can purchase that course, they must have complete a particular course. All right. So if you want to have that feature, you need to install this plugin. Okay. So I'm not going to install everything, but I need to just explain to you so that in case it fits what you want to do. So course wish list, yes, I want to install this so that they can add any course to their wish list. So you have other payment gateway like Razorpay, to checkout, if you want to use any of them. Then WP events, if you want to be able to create events on your site, okay, you need to install this WP events manager. All right, so this is already installed already. Contact Form 7, which is a plugin you are going to use to create a contact form. WP MailChimp for WordPress is inside already. Then we have local translate. This is translate theme and plugin directly in WordPress if you also need this. Now you're also going to need Elementor page builder. So let's go ahead and install this. This is another page builder, but we are not going to be needing this since we already have Elementor page builder. Then this theme Elementor kit. So I'm going to install this. This is also very important for this particular tutorial because we are going to be using this to design our header and our footer. Okay. So this is another option, Revolution slider, but I won't be using this. Okay. So I just had to make sure I take out time to explain what some of these plugins is all about. All right, so you can also go through it and install the one that best fits, but there are some that comes highly recommendable, which is the Elementor, the theme Elementor, and then the commission, depending on what you tend to achieve. All right, so that's what I want to show you under this Eduma then plugins. So for us to activate those plugins all together, what I'll just do is I'll come over to plugins, install plugins. So these are the ones that we've just installed. So I want to activate them together. So I'll go ahead and check them so that I can just activate them together. All right. So once I activate them, it will also add more menus on this side. You're going to see more options here. So I'll just click on bulk action and then I'll click no activate and apply. All right, so you can see that makes it much more instead of doing this one after the other. So we've gone ahead to install the necessary plugins. All right, so that's it on Eduma. Now let me come over to LeaenPress. So you can see that on this menu now we have other submenu, we have courses, lesson, quizzes, question, orders, withdrawals, categories, tags, statistics, add-ons, themes, and settings. All right. So let's start with the settings. So I open that up. So looking at it one after the other, under general, so this is where you're going to set up some pages. All course page, it has already been set by default. All right. So now let me show you the pages. If you come to pages, so this is pages here. Let me open this in a new tab. So all instructor page, the instructor page, profile page, checkout page, become an instructor, terms and condition. All this page has been set up. Once you install the themes, the theme, you know, all this page will be set up automatically. All right. Also, some pages are, this is where you create your page. But when we install the theme, some pages were created for us automatically. All right. For example, all this page you are seeing here. So if it is a fresh installation where you have not put in the theme, you know, you are not going to see all of this page. But because of the theme, this page has been installed and they have been selected here. All right. So under currency, this is where you are going to select your store currency. So it's currently set to US dollar. So if you want to change it to any other currency here, you can do that right here. Then you can set in your currency position, your thousand separator, decimal, every other information like this. Okay. So once you are done, do make sure you save if you do any changes here. So next is on courses. So this is where you're going to select layout, single course. How do you want it to be? Is it modern or classic? Review course. Course created by instructor will be pending review first. So this is checked. That means once an instructor creates a course, you as the admin or the owner of the website, okay, you need to review the course before the course can be published. Okay. Then auto start, students will get started on course immediately after successfully purchasing them. Okay, so this is checked. If you don't want that, maybe they'll need to go and do it manually. You can check this. Okay, all right. So cost per page is set to 8. So all these are okay the way it is, except if you want to change them. So redirect when finishing the course. Where do you want them to be redirected to? Maybe you can put in a link to your website to redirect them back. If you don't want anything, you can leave them blank. So you can see site will be redirected to the URL added after clicking the finish button. Set blank, the site will redirect to the single course page. Okay, so you can leave it like that. Curriculum display, expand first section. All right. So I'm still going to show you this once we start creating courses, but this is where you can do all of those settings. Now, file type, what kind of file you want to upload for your courses, okay, PDF and text. All right, so you can see this is where you select type of file. Upload files, number of files that user can upload. So they can only upload 2. This is where you can set it. Once you start creating course, you are going to understand this. File limit, maximum size is 2 MB. So any file that is more than 2 MB, you can't upload it. So you need to also check this to make sure that it's not too much, because the more size you put here, the more space it will take on your hosting. All right. So file per page, this is where you're going to put that. Then instructor setting, instructor per page is set to 12 and every other thing. So if you made any changes again, make sure you save that. So then let's come over to profile. So avatar dimension, that's the, your profile picture and then cover image. By default, these are okay. All right. So enable login form. If the user is not logged in, enable login from profile. So you're going to check this. Yes. Enable register form. If the user is not logged in, enable register. Okay. Yes. Default field. Okay. Maybe first name, last name, and display name. So whatever you do here, also make sure you save. Now let's come over to payments. This is where you're going to set up your payments, how you want them to be able to pay. So guest checkout, enable guest checkout. If you want them to be able to check out as a guest, that means people can purchase course without signing up. So I don't want that. So account enable login from form in checkout. Yes, this is enabled. All right. So this we are going to set up how you want them to get to make payments. So offline payment is currently checked. That means they can go ahead and purchase without paying. Maybe they'll pay offline, but this is not the right option to choose anyway, because it's strictly going to be on online. So you can select from PayPal or Stripe. Remember, we enable Stripe plugin. So this is set up. I mean, it is part of the options available. So to set this up, just check this. All right. So you can also see it here, Stripe. So if I select Stripe, so since I've enabled Stripe, so you direct payment to Stripe page. If you want it to direct to Stripe page, or maybe you want them to stay on your website and make the payment immediately. So this description, instead of pay with Stripe, I want to change it to pay with credits / debits card. I think it's better like this. So this is where you're going to enter your live secret key and then your live publish key. All right. So if you want to enable test mode, this is, you're just going to click here and put in your test secret key and your test. Now to get this, you need to go over to Stripe. So once you're on a Stripe page like this, that's stripe.com. So if you don't have an account with them, you can just go ahead and create an account, and then you'll be able to get, where are you? So you're going to get your live key and then your publish key, okay? Your live secret key and your live publish key. This is where you're going to paste them, and then you save. You'll be able to do that. And if you want to use PayPal, so once you click on PayPal, so if you want to enable PayPal, make sure this is checked. That means you want to enable PayPal. So to also do this, you're going to also need your client ID and then your client secret key. All right. So this also, you need to also have an account with PayPal. So if you also how to get your client ID. So you can see this is a walkthrough on how to do that. So once you log into your dashboard, so I personally don't have a PayPal account, so I would have loved to show you that, but you can see this is straightforward. So select apps and credential, new accounts comes with a default application. So once you go through this, you know, it's pretty much straightforward for you to do that. All right. So once you get your client ID and your client secret, you're going to put in this information, and then don't forget to save. All right. So if there's other payments that you want to use, maybe Razorpay to checkout, or maybe Square Payment, you just need to install a plugin for that. All right, and you'll be able to add them. All right, so the next is emails. So this way you're going to set up all the emails based on the action that was taken on your website. All right, so this is from name. So you can make sure you put the name of your website here. So once they receive it in their inbox, it will show that this is where the email is coming from. Then an header image. So let me just upload an header image. Instead of that, I'll just put in a logo. All right, so I've not uploaded any image, so let me just go ahead and upload one. So to upload image, once you're on a page like this, just click on upload files, select files. All right, so let me just use one of the logo. All right, so I've uploaded one. So then footer text, so change this from LeaenPress to, you can also put in the name of your website. All right. So by default, all these other emails, once a new order is being made, this is the message that the admin will receive. Once a new order, as the user will also receive an email. So this is it. If you click on manage, so you're going to see what the email looks like. Okay, so by default, the email is quite okay. But if you feel like you need to change them, this is where you can go ahead and change them. Okay. So don't forget, once you're also on this page, make sure you enable everything. So let me enable all. All right, so you can see everything is enabled. So once there's a new order, admin is going to receive an email. The user is going to receive an email. The instructor is also going to receive an email. All right, so if the person also sign up as a guest, he will also receive an email. All right, so make sure everything is checked, then you click on save. So if at the end of the day you create yours and you're not receiving an email, probably you didn't remember to enable all these features. All right, and once you receive the email, if you don't like the way the email is or you want to customize it, just come over to manage and you'll be able to customize that. All right, so even for a password reset, you can set up everything. So for permalinks, there's not much to change here. All the options here are okay, but if you go through it and you feel like you need to change everything, fine, you can change them. So let's move over to advanced. So under advanced, you can see the option here. This is the width of the container. You can just leave this the way it is. If you want to set your primary and your secondary color, this is where you can adjust your primary and your secondary color. Okay. So once you are done, also make sure you save. Then this is for certificates. This is where you're going to set up your certificate. What kind of fonts you want to use for your certificate. You can see font family separated by a vertical line. Okay, so the font that you want to use for your certificate is where you're going to put it. All right, download certificate type. Do you want it to be an image type or PDF? So this is where you do that. Show certificate pop-up, and then all these things. If you want to make it easy for them to share their certificate on social media, so if you check this, there'll be an option to share it. Certificate per page is set to 10. That's the number of display certificates per page. Okay, so you can do, these are the settings under certificates to make sure you save once you are done. All right, so the last settings under this is commission. So this is where you're going to set commissions that instructors are going to get for every course that sells on your website, every of their course that sells on your website. So if you want to enable this feature, just click on enable commission feature. All right, so commission percent. All right, so how much do you want to give to the instructor? All right, for every of their course that gets sold. So maybe I just want to give them 80%, okay, while I take 20%, all right, as the site owner. Okay, so then this is where you're going to set the minimum. So minimum amount allow customer withdrawals. All right. So that's the minimum amount that they can withdraw. So maybe once they get to $100 in commission, then they can request for a withdrawal. So this is where you are going to do that, and then you make sure you save. So if you look at managing, so this is where you're going to see their information. Once you start making sales, you're going to see more information here. All right. So then withdrawal. So this is where you're going to automate the withdrawal process. Remember, once they click on withdrawal, even if you are not active or you are not online, the process can go on seamlessly and automatically. All right. So withdrawal PayPal. So this is where you're going to enable it. Enable or disable withdrawal via PayPal. Okay, so this is where you're going to put in your client ID and your secret key from your PayPal. So this information also, you're going to get it from your PayPal, so you can see it here. So you are going to go over to developer.paypal.com/this. This is where you're going to get your client ID and secret ID. But you also know that your PayPal needs to be a business PayPal account so that you'll be able to do that, all right? But once you go to this link, you'll be able to get those information. I personally don't have a PayPal account, so I can't show you, but once you go to this link, it's not a difficult process, all right? So once you are done, always remember to save. So those are the options that is there under settings. So the next thing we want to do now is to start creating our courses. Now, before we start to create a course, like I mentioned earlier, there's one thing I want us to do first is to create a certificate. So I open up certificates because you're going to need it. So I can show you how to select a certificate for a particular course you are creating. All right, so you're on the certificate page. Again, you want to come to this page. Once you hover over LeaenPress, you see certificates here. So once you click on it and you're here, so go ahead and click on add new certificate. All right, so here you'll be asked to add a title for that certificate. So let me just say I want to create a certificate for a particular course. So let me call this artificial intelligence. All right, so I want to create a certificate for maybe for that, especially for that course. All right, so you can have a certificate for a particular course, and then you can have a certificate can serve multiple of courses. Okay, all right. Now then, this place we are going to put in a price for the certificate. So the price, you can read what is here. It says the price of this certificate default is 0, means this certificate is free to download. Currency is what you choose in LeaenPress. All right. So there are some platforms that once you are done, you have to pay for their certificates. All right. So if that is what you want, you put in a price, and maybe you want to charge $50 for that. But if you don't want to charge any fee, maybe once you purchase the course, the certificate is free, then just put this as 0. So you can put it as an excerpt, which is optional. So once you are done, go ahead and click on publish. All right. So once you are published now, this is where you are going to design or customize your certificates. All right. So for you to do that, you can see there's an option here to choose a background image for your certificate. Now, for you to get that, you can come over to Canva and just search for certificates. All right. So you can be more, okay, if I should put in certificate, another platform that you can use is Poster My Wall. So you can also go to Poster My Wall. But personally, Canva is okay because from my observation, some of the designs that you find on Poster My Walls, they're actually picked from Canva. All right. So you can see that there are a couple of certificates here, right? But you can be more specific and just put online course certificate. So if you also come to Poster My Wall and you type, let me also put in online course certificates. So let me just copy this. You can just put in any keyword that will give you the kind of certificate that you want. All right, so you can see that there are a whole lot of them that you can actually pick from. All right, so the only thing here is that some of the options here are actually paid. But nevertheless, you can also get some that are free. So if you want to know those that are paid, I don't having this crown icon here showing paid. All right, so I've been able to get one. So this is actually a free one. And if I want to use this, so I can just click on it. And then, it will show me some other similar sample. All right, I think this also looks good. So, but let me just stick with this. Then I can just click on customize template. So guys, if you are finding value in this video, please give the video a thumbs up. If you are yet to subscribe, please go ahead right now and click on that subscribe button. All right, so this has opened up now. This is where you can customize it. So you can go ahead and delete these and put in your own logo. So to do that, you just come over to upload and then you click on upload files. So this is where you're going to select and bring in your own logo. So you can just customize it the way. All right, so let me just bring in this logo. It has been uploaded. I just select it. So this is it here. So I can put in my own logo. If you want to change, then I'm going to remove this name. So whatever information you want to put here, So I've moved the name. It says for successfully completing. So let me take this off also. So I can just introduce a line. So you can select a line. So let me just, right. So I just want this line to be here. So that's the line that will hold the name. So what other things can we also put? Course name. All right. So let me close this. All right. So the name will be here, and then the course will just be below it. All right. So I can just take this out. I can just change this name to either course teacher. I will just change it to course instructor, and then I'll put in the name. So let me just change this to course instructor, course teacher. So that is if you are creating this particular certificate for a specific course. Okay, so you can be more specific and put course instructor. You put the name here, and then if you want to add any other thing here, all right, so you can put it. But let me just take this off. But you just get the concept. All right. So once you are done, make sure you also rename it. Let it fit the purpose of the certificate. So remember, I said artificial intelligence. So once you are done, come over to click on share. You see the option to download. So you can see, you can go ahead and download. So that is already downloading. So the download is already complete. So now we are back to our website. So here where we have choose background image. Now go ahead and upload that certificate that we've just done. Select files. So that should be under download. So this is it right here, and I click on open. So like I said, also before you bring in any image, it's always advisable that you title the image according to what the image is all about. For example, now you can see this is certificate of completion in artificial intelligence. I made sure I rename that particular image before uploading it. It's also always advisable for SEO purpose. Instead of uploading your image as maybe image 1, image 2, image 3, some will just put like photo 1, photo 2, photo 3, always give it a name that fits the section that you want to use it or the purpose why you're uploading it into that website. All right. So now the image has been uploaded. Okay. So you can see the title that you use will be here. You can also replace it with the same title here as the alt text, all for SEO purposes. So, but once that is done, you click on insert. So you can see here we already have our certificate. So now the customization we are going to do within here is where we have course name. So I'll just drag it. So I want the course name to be here, just below that, below where we have that line. Okay, so there are other options that you can do here. So you can select the fonts, you can select the font size, the style, and then the color. Okay, so the student's name, I want it to be here above the line. Okay, so that is done. Then if you want to also put in the course end date, all right, so you can drag it. So let me put this here. The course end date, let me just have it here. Okay, and then we can also put in a QR code. The QR code could be, all right. So basically that's just how you can just create it. So you go ahead and click on updates. All right. So once that is done, now let's go ahead. So I can just close this. Now let's go ahead and create a course. So to do that, come over to courses. All right. So this is what the course page look like. So you can see we currently don't have any course here. So let's go ahead and create our course. So come over here and click on create a new course. So here you can see the title. There is a paragraph here that you can put, and there are a lot of options to choose here. Now, before we start filling in those information, let me show you one of the courses. So if I open this as an example now. So this course is what we are going to recreate. So AI on the job, boost your skill and get ahead. So you can see a short description here. Now you can see the name of the instructor here. All right. And then the categories that this course fall under. So review, this is an overview. So right here, you can see the image for the course. Okay. It's a paid course. There's buy now, there's course features. All right. So now this course feature is called lecture, quiz, duration, and the likes. So this is it here. This is where you're going to select all those options. So you can see there are a lot of them here. We are still going to go through them briefly. So this is the curriculum. It's showing you the curriculum, and then this is showing you the profile of the instructor. All right. So let's go ahead and start doing all of those. So you're going to be making reference to this. So it's just like replicating or duplicating this particular course. So let me go ahead and copy this title. All right, so I'll come over here and put in as the title. All right, so for this space now, this is the information that we have here, where we have the overview. All right, so I'll just copy it. Let me just copy this and paste. All right, so that's where they have that overview. So you can also style yours accordingly. All right, okay, so make sure the heading, you align the heading and either select it to be heading 3 or heading 4, so it makes it more presentable. Now, okay, you can be creative with everything that you are doing right here. So that's it for that section. Now let's start with the general. So this is talking about the duration, set 0 for a lifetime access. That's talking about how long will they have access to this particular course. Okay, so if you want it to be a lifetime access, you can see here set 0 for lifetime access. Okay, so there are some courses, or there are some courses that you might buy online that maybe you only have access to it for a period of 1 year. All right, so this is where you can see weeks, we have days, hours, or minutes. All right, so maybe for 1 year that will be like 52 weeks. Okay, but if you want it to be lifetime access, so just set it to 0. All right, so block content when the duration expires. So for block content, when duration expires, the course is blocked. All right, so this is when maybe after that time elapsed, the person will no longer have access to it. If you want to enable this, fine, you checked it, but I'm not enabling it. All right, so this also talks about block the course after the student finished the course. All right, so once the student is done with the course, they won't have access to it again if that is what you want. But let me just uncheck this. So this setting, so you also need to take note that some of the settings that we are going to be doing here is a matter of preference, okay, depending on the kind of course you are creating. Okay, so it's not compulsory you follow the same, you check everything I'm checking. For instance, now if you want your own course to be for limited time, you can go ahead and set it for how many days or how many minutes you want them to have access to it. Okay, so the next option is allow repurchase. Allow user to repurchase this course after it has been finished or blocked. Okay, so if you want to enable that option, all right. So if you check this now, you're going to have access to this. Okay. All right, so levels. So if you are creating a course and you want to have levels for them, maybe it's a beginner course, you want to select it as intermediate or expert, or maybe it applies to all level. So you can go ahead and select what level the course actually belongs to. Now that's if you are creating maybe a course that is in series, okay? Maybe you've done a beginner course, you have done a course for intermediates, and now you are doing for the expert level. So this is where you can select that option. All right, so fake students enrolled. So you can put this here. This is just for marketing purpose. So if you look at what we are having here, so this is letting us to understand that 64 students have enrolled. This is like 278 students have enrolled. You know, you'll see some of these figures on some online course website. I don't want to mention them right now. Some of them are not real. So you can see fake students enrolled. You can just say, okay, maybe for this particular course, 57 students have enrolled already. You know, it will give users, buyers an idea that, okay, people are actually purchasing this course, okay? So it's only to display, not calculate. So this will not affect your analytics. It will just be on the display, okay? So maximum number of students that can join a course. So if you want to have a limit to number of students that can purchase that course, you can just put in a value here. But if you don't want, just go ahead and leave it on 0. Retake course, number of time a user can learn again from this course. So how many times can they retake that particular course? If you want to put a limit, you put a number. So finish button, allow showing the finish button when students have completed all items but have not passed the course assessment. Yes, so if you want to enable this, you can see it's currently checked. But if you don't want this, maybe you want them to you want to make sure that they finish the course assessment, right, before they can mark that course as finished. Because remember, it's when they mark it as finished that they'll be able to get a certificate. So it's a matter of preference. Okay, so featured list. If you want this course to be a featured list, you can go ahead and check this. It will be part of the featured course, featured review. So this is a external link, normally used for offline courses. Okay, so if the course is not on the website, maybe it's on another site, you can put it here. So duration info. So this, if you want to override display duration in single course, you can put it here. So this is a language used for studying. So maybe the course is in other language or another language apart from English. This is where you're going to put it. All right, so all this information, let me show you. So you can see it here. It's part of the features that will appear here. All right, see this lecture quiz, duration, skill level. So you can see we've talked about this language here. This is the language part. It's saying that, okay, the course is actually in language. You can see students 52. All right, so this is where you set all of those information. So enter media intro. If you want to put in some intro here, this is where you can put that. All right, so those are the options under general. So let's see for offline. So if you want to enable offline course, so once you check this, okay, that means maybe you want to do, you can see you want to put in an address, or you want to do one-on-one Zoom kind of course delivery, you can do that here, okay? But we are not creating an offline course. So this is for pricing. Let's go to pricing. So this is where you're going to put in a price for your course, right? So you can put in the regular price. Let's say this particular course cost is $50, and then you want to do a sales price of maybe $35. So that means you are doing discounts of $15. So this is what the sales price means, okay? So let me see if we can see something like that here. All right, so I can't see that, but that's what it means. And then you can schedule how long you want this discount to last. Okay, this sales price, you can select the day, the start day, and then the end date. Okay, so you can also put a prefix for maybe only or up to, and then a suffix. All right, so but I just want to leave it. Then if you want to do free, so just leave it blank. So that means if you want to make it a free course, just leave it blank like that. You don't need to put in any price. So those are the options there. So let's come over to extra information. So for this extra information now, requirements. So if you want to state the requirements for this course, okay, maybe students must have access to internet, some of those requirements, or you must have done a particular course or so. Depending on the course, if you want to put in that, as many requirements as possible, you can put them, and then you can sort them accordingly. If you put in a requirement, let me say this is requirement 1. Okay, so maybe once you put in your requirements, or let me just say students must have a personal computer. Then maybe requirement 2, good internet access. All right, so you can just, and then you can rearrange them. All right. Okay, so that's what, if you want to put in target audience, maybe it's for adults or children or male or female, you can just state that. Key features, what are the things they are going to get from this course? You can put it here. All right, then you can put in some FAQ, some answers to some FAQ. All right, so let's say some FAQ question. So I'm going to have to add one, so just for example purpose. So this says, is the certificate recognized internationally? So I can put the, so yes, our certificate is recognized and accepted by international organizations. So that's how this FAQ work. So if this is something that applies to you, you can put as many as possible. Okay, so that's it on extra. Then for assessments, okay, so this is how you want to evaluate: evaluation via lesson, evaluation via result of final quiz, evaluation pass via pass quiz. So that's talking about how do you want to score them, how do you want to grade them. Okay, so evaluation via mark. So if you don't understand anything, you can just hover this question mark to explain what each of these actually means. Then passing grade, okay, what's it? Is it 80%, is it 90%, or is it 70%? Okay, so this condition that must be achieved to finish the course. All right, so then you also need to take note of this. There's an information here: the method of evaluating a student program in a course. Note, changing the evaluation type will affect the assessment result of student learning. All right, so evaluate by let's see, by question. So what this is evaluate by the number of correct answers per the total number of questions. Example, if the course has 10 questions and the user score 5 questions, then the result is 5/10, which is 50%. Okay, so you have to decide how you want to evaluate them. So if you come to author, so this is where you are also going to select the particular author that owns the course. All right, so this is it, because I'm creating it as an administrator, I have access to other instructors. It will show up here. Okay, so if you want to put in co-instructor, remember when we added a co-instructor plugin, remember when we on Eduma, and then we came over to plugin earlier. So we added, we installed co-instructor. That's why you can see it here. This is the instructor, and then the author rather, and then the co-instructor. So you can put it here. So we've not started to create users, so that's why you can't see any other. But once we have more users or more instructor, you'll be able to see the option to add co-instructor. Okay. So the next one is downloadable material. So maximum amount of files you can upload. You can see, remember, 2 files, maximum size is 2 MB. Now remember, these are the options that was there by default, and we didn't change it. When you come to Eduma and then under settings, okay, I think we're here under settings, still within LeaenPress and settings, the options there was you can only upload 2 files, and then the maximum file is 2 MB. So if you want to increase it, you remember where to change that. So, and allow upload only this type. TXT file and PDF. That was the option that we allowed. Okay, so if you want to add course material, just come over here, click on add course material. So enter a title, and then you want to upload it. Okay, so if you want to also do an external, you just put in a link here. Maybe you want to, the files is on another page, or maybe a YouTube link or another website link. This is where you put that. All right, so then you go ahead and save it. So I'm not adding that, but that's how to do it. So then the next is certificate. So you can see we currently have only one certificate created, right? So if you have a list of other certificates, everything will appear here. So now I want to assign this certificate. I'll just click on assign. Okay, it's as simple as that. We've created it already. All right, so that's it on the course settings. So the next thing we are going to do is the curriculum. All right, so let me show you what the curriculum looks like on an already created course. Okay, so you can see it here. So for this now, it has 6 curriculums, and then under this one, it has 4 lessons. So you can see it here. This also has another 4 lessons. Altogether, they have a total of 20 lessons, and you can see this is a lifetime. So let me show you. So let me copy this now. Introduction to AI and machine learning. So if I should come over here, so this is curriculum. So create a new section. So before you click on add section, you have to add the title of that particular one. So this is where you can put it, Introduction to AI and Machine Learning. So I click on add section. All right. So that has been added. Then you can also put in a description. Let's see if this has a description. Okay, it doesn't have any description. So you can also put in a description. So once you have created that section, the next thing is to add lesson, a queue, a quiz, and then contents bank. So before we do that, let me just do like 3 sections. Okay. So the next section is network effects. So let me just copy this. So I'll just paste it here. So let me just copy these 3. I think that should be fine. All right. Okay, no. So add section. So this is the 3rd one, add section. All right. So for this now, we already have 3 sections. So the next thing now is for us to add the lessons. You can see all of these lessons. So let me just copy this. I can't copy it. Okay. All right. So for this first one now, so let's add items to it. So we can start with adding a lesson. You can add quiz, and you can have a content bank. All right, you can just check your content bank. So click on add lesson. So create a new lesson. This is where I'm going to paste this. So I'm going to have add lesson. So let me also put in the second lesson. To add the second lesson, so I'll click on new lesson. So I'll just put in the title first, and I click on add lesson. All right, so now the next thing I want to show you now is for this section now, for the 4th section, we already have 2 lessons. All right, so it's just the same step with the other sections. So once you come here, you see this part with a pen, so you can see edit item. You click on it, so that will take you to a new tab. So this is where you're going to add that lesson. You can see overview. Now, if you look at on this side of the screen, you can see that we've left the courses side and we are currently on the lesson side of it. Okay, that's to let you know that you can decide to create your lesson first, and then before you create your courses, it all depends on you. All right, so now this is where you're going to put in the content of the lesson itself. Okay, so there are still some other settings available here. What was the duration of this? That's how long will it take. Okay, then preview show students. Students can view the lesson content without taking the course. So if you want to do that, okay, so you'll find this mostly in let me use this as an example now. For example, now for this introduction to AI and machine learning, you can make the overview of AI and its impact to be the preview. Okay, there are courses like that the first section you can just watch it for free. All right, so that's like the sales part of it. You have to create a content that can convince them to want to take the course. Just give them an idea of what to expect from the course, and at the same time it must be very convincing for them to take the course. That's one of the important things about this preview. Okay, So that's what this particular section is asking, that you want it to be a preview. Then like, how many minutes will this take? Roughly how many minutes? Okay, this is, you'll find this on Udemy. You know, most of this they'll write just beside it that, okay, this particular lesson will take you 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So this is where you put in that option. If it is hours, if it is days, whatever that applies, you put it here. All right, so that's it. Then media, add embedded link like video files. So this is where you're going to put in links to video. You can see add an embedded link like video, PDF, slider. This is where you put that. All right. Then if you also want to put add course material, so maximum allow, still the same settings too. If you put in the course material, so the same process like I showed you earlier. All right. So if you also want to input text into this lesson, all right. So let me look for a text to put here. So I've used ChatGPT to get a particular content, which is right here. So let me just paste it here. All right. Okay, not this one. All right, so you can see. So this will be the content for that. This is content for the lesson. So that are the notes, all right, for this lesson. And if you want to put in video, all right, so if you want to use video, so what you just do is you can use videos from Vimeo, from YouTube, or from any external link that, you know, once the video is embeddable. All right, so that's what I would advise you to do. All right, that is better than using these options which talks about insert media. All right, there's an option to add. You can, this is it here, add media. You know, don't do the mistake of coming here and then you can see bringing in a video. You know, it is not advisable. It will take a lot of space on your hosting and it can make your website slow, and even if it's not slow, it will cost you a lot on hosting. All right, so what you do is have the video on an external platform like YouTube, okay, or Vimeo or whatever. Then you copy the link. So maybe, for example, maybe this particular video now, I want to embed it. So I'll just come over here and get the link, get shareable link. Then come over to, maybe I want to add a video. Okay, and your lesson might just be video. Maybe there is no text like this. So even if it is video, just come over here and paste the link and see the video will just appear like that. As long as the video is embeddable, you know, once you upload the video on YouTube, there's an option if you want to allow other people to embed it. And that is just it. Okay, so once this is done, and then you put in all the settings that is here, with how it applies. If you want to allow comments, yes. Okay, then you can also go ahead to add comments. Okay, so once you are done, click on updates. All right, so that has been updated. So you can come back here. So let me also, before I publish this, so I can refresh. So if you want to also put in category, like for example, if you look at this reference course now, you can see in terms of category, we have art and craft, online business, and technology. So this is where you add the category that it belongs to. So I can go ahead and close this. So this is where you can put in the category. We don't have any category to choose from. So let's just add a new category. So this is technology. So you can have as many, a course can belong to as many categories as possible. Technology, so I'll just click on add a new category. Artificial intelligence. So if you want to put in tags also, you can see separate tags with comma. So let me just say this belongs to science, machine learning, AI. I can use abbreviation because this is tag. So I just click on add. All right. So let's see if you also scroll down. So the featured image right here is this. Let me show you this image here for the course. So all this image that you are seeing here, they are the featured image. So for you to put that, so remember we are back to the course page, not under lesson. So we've added lesson already. This is the course. So come down here, you click on set featured image. So here you'll be taken to your gallery. So you click on upload, select files. All right, so let me see. I think I have that desktop online courses. All right. So let me just go ahead and bring in all the images. Now, don't forget what I said earlier. Always make sure that you title your image to fit what you want to do. For example, like this course, I want to bring in an image for, you know, I would have just loved to, for example, like this one, introduction to learning, and this is a particular image. You can see the title fits the image. So that's what I would advise you to do, okay? Even though I didn't do it in this video, like you can see some is having course 7, course 8, course 9. It's not advisable like that. Do make sure you take out time to rename your images before uploading it into your website, right? So let me just go ahead and upload all this image so that we don't need to keep coming back again. So I've uploaded everything, so we don't need to keep uploading one after the other. So let me just use this as our product image, okay, or our course featured image. So I click on select. So here we have that. Okay, so basically that's the step and the process. Now you remember the way we created the section, we're able to add the lesson. Once you add your lesson and then you come over here, you click on edit. This was one. If you want to do that of the second one, the same process, you click here and then it will take you to the lesson section where you can also create your lesson. So you repeat the same thing for this and as many sections as possible. Okay, the same way you added the lesson. So we are currently on, let me minimize. So this is the first 2-3 section. So the same way you added these 2 lessons, if you also want to bring in a quiz, so you click on add new quiz. So you can give the quiz a name. So let me just call this quiz 1. So just give it our assessment 1. You can also call it assessment 1. Okay, so just click on add quiz. All right, so you can see this will also have this edit option, edit item. So click on it. It will also open in a new tab. All right, so this is where you are going to put in your quiz. All right, so you can put in a description here about the quiz, but this is the interesting part where you are going to put in your question. All right, so now for this quiz also, before we put in the question, it also comes with some settings, duration. So set to 0 for no limits, greater than 0 for a limit. That's how many minutes do you want them to be able to take this quiz? Okay, maybe it's 10 questions and you want them to answer it within maybe 5 minutes or 1 minute. So this is how, how many minutes you want them to answer that question. Then the grading score. So what score will you give them a pass mark for that particular quiz? Okay, so let's say for this now I want to just say 1 minute. So that means you must answer all the questions I put here within 1 minute. Then instant check allows students to merely check their answers while doing the quiz. So that means maybe once they select an answer, if the answer is wrong, it will tell them immediately that the answer is wrong, even before going to the next question. So if you want that option, you check this. Negative marking, you can say for each student for each question that students answer wrongly, the total points is deducted exactly from the question points. If you want that. Minus for skip, then if you want to have, how many times can they retake it? All right. So do you want to give them just an opportunity to retake it twice? Pagination, that's if the question is much. So for review, allow students to review the quiz after they finish. If you want that, that's checked out. Okay. So this is where you're going to put in your question. So let me put in the first question. So I've put in a question, what's the capital of Nigeria? Now this is where you're going to select the question type. So do you want it to be a true or false? You have multiple choice. That means you give 2 options, true or false. Do you want to do multiple choice, single choice, or fill in the blank? Okay, so let's say I want to do multiple choice. I select multiple choice. All right. So then I'll click on add question. So here is what I'm going to, how many points for each of those questions? Is it 1 point, 2 points? All right. So then for the options, this is where I'm going to put in an option here. So for the first option, so I'm going to put in the first, second, and third. You can have as many as possible, but let me just say I want to do 3 options. Okay, so let me just delete one. So I have 3 options. So I've gone ahead to put in the 3 options. So whichever one that is the correct answer, I will check it here. So Abuja is the correct answer. I've already checked it. Okay. So this is where if you want to put an int, so you can see it here. You want to add an int for them. You're going to put in explanation. You can also do that. So with that, I've been able to put in 1 question. All right. So then you can go ahead and do for the second question. Just like that is the same process and the same step. So with that, now let me just go ahead and update. So then once you scroll down, basically that's just it. So we have, let's see what's under course setting. Right. So under course setting, there's a default layout already. So there's no need for you to play around with this. I'll show you where you can pick a default appearance or layout for your course. So you can see, for example, now this one we are making reference to, you can see there's at the right, let's see, I think this is it here. Okay, I think this is it here. All right. So this is the layout. You can see there's this on the right side is image here and all the other information. Right, so let's leave it at default, and then every other thing should remain the same. Okay, and then we can just go ahead and publish. All right, so with that, so now that we've created a course, so you want to view your course, and you come over here and then you click on view. So let me just open that in a new tab. All right, so this is it. It's currently open up now, but if you have issues with maybe showing you page not found or this, let me show you how to fix it. So just come back to your dashboard. So you see where we have settings. So just open up settings. That's under LeaenPress. You see settings. Then you come to your settings, you click on permalinks. So you might need to just switch from course-based to courses or either of these two. Then once you do that, you go ahead and click on save. All right. So once you save that, then you come over to courses, you refresh, and then you open it. It will definitely open up. Okay. So now let me show you so you can see what we have here. Now we can also customize this page. So when we get to the customization section of this video, you understand what I'm saying. We can customize the view and the layout of this page. So you can see here, we have this title. You can see the instructor here where we have teacher. You can see it here showing you the category that it belongs to. It is free, so there's an option to, this is the featured image. Now you can see this is the overview. So this is the text we entered. For curriculum, so you can see it here. And then we have 3 sections, which is 1, 2, 3, and 2 lessons. Remember the 2 lessons we added to section 1. This is it. All right. And then the quiz. This is it. You can see 1 question, 1 minute. All right. And then for the instructor, this is going to show information about the instructor. So everything about the instructor, because I didn't actually add all this information, that's why it's looking blank like this. Well, assuming I had my social media, bio, and everything, or even portfolio. Okay. So if you install the portfolio, did I install it? No. The portfolio plugin, and if the instructor to provide the portfolio, everything will show up here. Now remember the FAQ section I added when creating the course. You can see it will appear here. You can see is certificate recognized internationally. You can see yes, our certificate is accepted and recognized by international organization. All right. So pretty much that's how you can go ahead to create course. So what I want to do now is create more course, or I can just duplicate this for tutorial purpose anyway. Okay, so let me quickly do that so that we can go to the next part of this video. So if you are finding value, guys, please give the video a thumbs up. Do make sure you subscribe to the channel. So go ahead right now and click on that subscribe button. So this is the course part. So now let me show you the lesson menu and then quizzes and then question. Okay. So for lesson now, so these are the lessons that we created. So you can also create your lesson even before creating the course. So it's just the same process. You come over here and click on add new lesson. So you can see these are the 2 lessons that we added to that section. Then if you come to quizzes, so these are the quiz here. So you can also create your quiz separately. I have a list of quizzes. So when you are creating the course, you just need to select. You don't need to start creating it in that process. Okay. So to show you the quiz, the title, the author, the courses that you will find that quiz. So that means you can have a quiz question on the same question, but you can also have it repeated on other courses. Okay. So you can say courses. So that's to show you which of those courses are having this quiz. Number of questions, how many minutes, okay, and other information. So this is question bank, so you can just create some question for future purpose. Okay, so if there's any question that you have not used, it will show unassigned here and show you how many questions you've not assigned. So there are other things under this LeaenPress that you might just want to do. So you might want to see we have orders, withdrawal. So those are the things we've not checked. Then statistics. Okay, so we looked at categories. We've created categories. Okay, so let me just show you that real quick. So once you start making sales, once people start buying your courses, you're going to be seeing it here: number of students purchased, the date, and the total. All right, and the status, maybe have they completed it or not. Okay, and then you're going to see withdrawals. Once your teacher or your instructor on your website starts requesting or making withdrawals, all the information about that, you're going to see it over here. Then this is where you're going to be seeing some of your analytics. Okay, other courses users, you're seeing your sales, your order, the total number of courses that you have, the total number of instructor. Okay, I'm the only one here. That's why it's showing total instructors 1, total course. Remember, we've created only 1 course. Sales, once you start making sales, you start getting traffic, all these things will start to make sense. Okay. So I've gone ahead to add more courses. So we currently have like 4 courses. So if I should open one of those courses, you can see this is what it currently looks like. Basically, if you scroll down, you see that you may like. So it's showing 2 other courses. Now, if you see that there's this love button, which is a wish list. All right, remember the wish list plugin that we added earlier. So that's what is responsible for this that we are having here. Okay, and you can see here, this is letting us to know that we have 2 lessons and 0 students enrolled. We have 2 lessons and 57 students enrolled, and it's a free course. All right, so that's what all these things. You can see that most of the things that it's showing here are things that you can also work with or customize yourself. All right, so like I said, the next thing I want to do now is to create our own page. Now, this is what the home page looks like, and I'm going to be walking you through how to have this type of layout. Okay, and basically the idea behind this is to make sure that you would be able to create not just only this layouts, but you can also use your level of experience in when it comes to WordPress or web design. That is, if you already have knowledge of that. And if you are new, you can be creative and create a different layout, different from what we are having here. Okay, so that's the aim of the home page you want to create now. So before we get started, if you also need ideas on home page layout, you can just go on Google and search for, depending on the website, maybe online course homepage templates. Okay, so that you can have idea of different layout, different designs. Okay, so you can just take a look and see what it looks like. You can also look at it from Pinterest. Then you can let me just add Pinterest. So you can just open any of the websites you see here. You see different homepage layouts just to give you an idea of the kind of arrangement you can give. So for example, let me open that of Pinterest. So to show you the different types of sections that you can create, you understand. So let me give you an example now. If you take a look at some of this homepage layout that we have here. For example, now if I should compare this to now, you can decide that, okay, after my first section, all right, I can decide to have this that will show the top category. Then I can decide I want to show these 4 sections that will show some information about the website or what have you, just to give you an idea of what to expect or what you can do or how creative you can be, with what you are designing. So that's just by the way. So now let's go ahead to create our own page. So back to the dashboard. So I'll come over to pages. So let me open up pages. Now, if you look at all the pages that we have here, so these are pages that were created when we install the plugins and the themes. All right. So assuming we visited the page earlier when we've not added plugins and theme, we are just going to be seeing either 1 or 2 pages. Okay, that's like hello world. All right. But when we install the theme it has already added like this: become instructor, the cart, the checkout. The theme also added its own. WooCommerce also added their own. All right. So now, but you can see that we don't have any page for the home page. All right. So you can't see anything and that is why when we view our site. So let me open our site again. We are having a page that looks like this as our own page. So for us to create our own page, so come over to page, add page. So you click on add page. So for page title now, put it at home. All right. So put it at home. So you come over to templates. So where we have this default template, for the home page, you make it Elementor full width. You have to make sure that Elementor plugin is already installed because that's a page builder that we'll be using. So if you come to page here, you see Elementor full width. Basically, that's the only thing that you need to do here. So you don't need to do any other thing here. So just go ahead and click on publish. So once that is published, you can see it here, your page published. So let's view the page and see what it currently looks like. So this is our home page right here. You can see it's our home page. So come over here and click on edit with Elementor. So once it loads up, you're going to be seeing all of this screen. You can just X out of it. All right. And then you have the structure. Now let me just walk you through what you can see on the screen, just in case you are new to Elementor page builder. So all these 3 is showing the different views that we have. This is for desktop view, this is for tablet, and this is for mobile view. Now, once you are working on a particular page, you are designing a particular page, is by default to be on the desktop view. What this means is that you can switch between the desktop and the tablet view to see what it looks like, because you can be working on the desktop view. It looks good, but once you switch it to the mobile view, you see that it's not looking too good. Maybe the text is too big or the image is too big. All right, so this is where you can adjust all of that. So this is a preview. If you make any changes and you want to see the changes, you press here for preview. This is for help. This is for finder. This is announcement. All right. Then over here, if you click on this E, that's the Elementor icon, you can go back to history. So that means if you make you want to go back to anything that you want to undo, you come over to history. All right. So we've not done anything. You just see them here, maybe revision or history, you see them here. All right. So if you click here, all right, so let me come back here. So if you click on this is just for some settings. You might not need them. This is for global font, typography, reporting the image, and then the font site identity. These are some settings that you do within the customized section. We'll still get there. All right, but I just need to show you. Then we have this plus, which is all these elements here. Before we get there, now for this now is called structure. So if I press on, you can see this will appear. We are going to make use of this once we start adding different sections to our WordPress website. Basically, what it makes it easy for you to navigate different sections of your website. Sometimes you might be working on a section and you cannot really access it from your cursor, depending on how complex the layout is or how close some of those elements are. All right, so this navigator or structure, you'll be able to access that. Now, all what you're having here are called widgets, like you can see here. Now, because we have a premium theme and we are using WooCommerce, the theme itself made some elements, some widgets available. All right, and the plugins that we installed will also make some widgets or elements available, like the tab, accordion, image box. We are going to be making use of some of these, not all of them anyway. And those ones that are with padlock, they are premium, we don't have access to them. But notwithstanding, we have a whole lot to work with. You can see from Eduma, which is the theme we are using, we have a lot of elements. We have something for heading, button, icon box, login pop-up, and every other thing like that. So we are going to be making use of them, right? So don't worry if you don't understand them, you are still going to have good understanding of them, all right? So now we are on our workspace. And don't forget, any changes that once you are working on your website, using this on a page like this, using Elementor, don't forget to always publish. So once you are working any changes, just make sure you publish, so that, because if for any reason maybe your system crash or you need to refresh your page, you might lose some of the designs or the layout that you've created already. So always remember to publish. Okay. All right, so now let's get started. So let's come back to here. So you can see now, let's go ahead and create this section that you are seeing here. We have this online courses to learn and every other thing. So to start with, you can see this plus icon here. We have the flex box and we have the grid. Okay, so we are going to be making use of the flex box and we are going to be making use of this one with a direction column facing downward. We have this, we have two columns. We are still going to make use of a couple of them, if not everything anyways. So let's start with this. So let me quickly explain this. So what it means is that everything we are going to be creating will be vertically. This is be horizontal, right? So this is it right, and you can see it here. And column vertical. So this is horizontal. If I should switch it like this, all right? You might not see much of a difference right now, but once we start working, you are going to see it. So we've picked this already. Now the first thing you are seeing here is what we are having here, which says online courses to learn. So back on our side, so to bring that, you click on this plus, right? This plus here, so that all our widgets can show up. Now what we are going to use for that is called, the name of that widget is called courses. So courses searching, all right? So this is it right here. So what I'll just do is to click on it and drag it here. All right. So this is it here. We already have it inside. So now we bring in the title. So the title is what you are going to copy here, which is online courses to learn. So guys, please, if you are finding value, give the video a thumbs up. If you are still yet to subscribe, please go ahead right now and click on that subscribe button. So this is the title. So for description, so this is the description right here. Own your future learning new skill online. All right. So let me copy that and paste it. Okay. So you can see it here now. This search icon, this is it. What do you want to learn today? Now this text that you are seeing here is what is appearing here. Okay. So now let's continue. That we will be able to achieve that. Now below it, we also have this particular section here. All right. For us to achieve this, let's come back here. Now the widget for that, come back and click on the plus icon. It's called header info. All right, so this is it, header info. So click on it again, drag it. So this is it right here, header info. Now let's go ahead. Those are the things that we need. Now for this first one now, this course searches. Now once you bring in any element, you're going to be having, in most cases, you're going to be having content, style, and then advanced. Okay. So the content is what we've put in. Now let's go ahead and style it. But so that you can see that this is white text. So for us to, before we can start, let's go ahead and add a background to this, because if you change this online courses to white, it won't be visible. So go ahead and click here, these 6 dots here. Okay. You can see we also have layout, style, and advanced. All right. So what we want to do is we want to increase the height. So if I come here and I increase the height to, let's say 500. Okay, so that means it's from here to here. Okay, another thing is, let me come to style and put in a background so that it can make more sense. So this image that we are seeing here is actually a background image. So once I click on style, you can see we're already on background. We are on normal. Now the difference between normal and over is how it will look like. Over means once I bring my mouse over that particular widget or section, what happens? So there are different background style. We have the classic, the gradients. If you want to use video, you select this and then you put in a link maybe from YouTube. If you want to use slideshow, maybe you want multiple images to be scrolling. And then if you want to use gradients, that's 2 colors, but we want to use just classic. So under classic, you can decide to use just a single color, so you can see, and you can decide to use image instead. So let me undo this. So I click on that image and then I'll just click here. All right, so I'll bring in an image. I don't have this image, but let's just use some random image. So make sure that the image you want to use is horizontal image. Okay, make sure it's an horizontal image, just like you can see here. So personally, I just want to use this. Okay, so I click up, select that. So you can see we already have the image in the background. So you notice that the background image is from, okay. Now this structure, you can just, let me take it out back. So if you move it too much to the right, you know, it will create a side panel, but I just want it to be floating around. Okay. So if I should select this now, you notice that the image is from here to here and it's repeating itself again. So let's correct that. So once you bring in an image, you know, there are a lot of options that will be available to you. The image resolution, then the position, we want to be center, all right. Then the default attachments, we have the scroll and the fix. So if you put it on scroll, that means it scrolls with the website or the page. Now, if you put it on fixed, so you see what happens. Once you even, only the content will move, the background will remain fixed. All right, so that's the menu. So let me leave it to default. Then we have repeats. So you can see that the image is repeating itself. You can see it here. You can see that it's repeating itself towards this place. So we don't want it to repeat. So I'll just click on where we have no repeats, and then display size, I want it to cover. All right. So with that, now we've been able to achieve that. Now, another thing we need to do is, if you look at this image here, you see that it's looking dark. That's because there's a dark overlay on it. All right. So for us to do that, we come to background overlay. Also on normal, we click on classic, this, and then we look for a dark color. All right. So let me just pick a full black. All right. So I've selected black, then I can go ahead and increase or decrease the opacity. Okay, so how light or how deep you want it to be. Okay, so let me just leave it. I think it's okay. Don't forget to always publish. All right, so now we already have the background. Okay, even though the image is different. All right, even though the image is different. And then let me see, another thing is the height is not, let's increase the height. So I've clicked here, which is this 6 dots here. I'll come over to layout and then increase it. All right, so let me just make it 580. All right, that is fine. So another thing I want to do is, this content is more at the top, including this. So I want to bring it to the center. So I'll just come over here, click on center. All right, so that brings everything at the center. So now we want to customize this content here. So I've clicked on it. So once I click on it, you can see it here, searching. There are different layout type. We have default and then icon, overlay. So let's leave it on default. So come over to style. So this is where we can increase the title. So we are currently on title, the spacing. All right, so the spacing between the title. Now for the typography, so once you click on this pencil icon, this is where you can adjust the size. So you can see if I should increase the size to, let's say 50. Okay, so this is the weight. That's talking about the thickness of the font. Okay, so this is where you can do that. Let me leave it to default. If you want to, if there's need for you to change the line height or the letter spacing, now you need to take note that not all these options that you might need to touch. Sometimes, you know, it is okay the way it is. You don't necessarily need to touch everything. All right, so once that is done, and if you want to restore everything to default, as long as typography, just click on this, undo. You can see back to default. So we are done. Then the text color, I want to change it to white. So I'll click here, select white. All right, so white is selected. Now I want to make sure that I can reuse this white color. I'll just click on this plus, then I can save it white. So that when next I need it, I'll just press this globe button and then you can see it here, white. All right, so that's it for this online courses to learn. You know, I think this is looking bigger, but the aim here is to show you how to go around it. All right, so now we are done with the title. Let's move to description. So the same thing with the description, the typography. If you need to change the typography, you go ahead, click on typography, you then adjust the size. And so now the color is also white. So I change it to white so you can see it here. And then what's the next one? Okay, so let me see it for the spacing. Okay, so I think the spacing is okay the way it was earlier. So that will remain. Now for the search form, so if you want to also, edit the search form also, the typography, you want to change the typography. All right, the text color, you want to change the text color, and then the background color, if you need to change that. So for example, if I should click on background color now, so if I should click here, then we have background color. Let's say I change it to this green color. So you can see this is where it will change. Okay, so let me undo that. So let me leave it as default. All right. So for border radius, this is talking about the edges here. If you want it to curve, so if I should increase it, you notice that these edges, they are curved. All right. So this is currently linked. That means if I should change any value here to change across the four corners, but if I should unlink it, if I give any value to one side, it will appear for the top now. So you can see this is, so you can also take advantage of this to make it a form of a design. Maybe I do for the top, and let's see where the bottom is. All right, you can see just the curve is just here and here. All right, so that's it on that part. Then the button search, if you increase the width, so you can see it here, how do you want it to be, right? So one thing I also need to mention is that whatever changes you are doing when you are within Elementor, make sure that as you are adjusting anything here, you are seeing it live on the website. Okay, like this. Let me publish. You are seeing it on the website so that you won't make changes and you won't be sure of where or what you touched. Okay, so now this is for the icon color. So this is the icon color. It's set to white. If you want to change it and if you want to change the background color, you can also change it. Now the background color is this shade of yellow. If, for example, maybe I want it to be this green. Okay, so you can see it here, and it is on normal. All right, so that's normal. So let me just restore it back to default. So that is how to do that. Now for this is on normal. All right, that's by default. That's what. But if you now switch to over, you can decide to change the background color or the icon color. What it means, if I change the background color now, that means if I over it, you see that it becomes very deep. That's over. So if I want to change that, since I'm now on over, let's say I change this to this color of green. So you can see once I over, it changes to green. So that's the meaning of what we are having here. So let me restore it back to default. Okay. Then for the search results too, you can also go there and change the typography, the text color, and the background color. All right. So with that being done, we've put you through how to make changes to this, like what we have up to this point. Now the next one is here, where we have this header info. The first one says over 7 million students, and then the second one says more than 30,000 courses, and then learn anything anyway. So what you can do now is for this over 7 million students, and then you can see that there's already an icon. If you want to, so this is where you put on the icon library. And if you don't want any icon, you click here. There won't be any icon. All right, so there's an icon. So once you click on it, you can see there's a lot of icons for you to choose from. Okay. So you just have to look for the icon that best fits. You can select this theme Elementor kit. I think they have one of the icons that best fits education related icons. All right. So that first icon, I think, is student. And if you know the name of those icons, you can just search for it. Okay. So let me just use this. All right. So that's the first one. If you want to remember, there are 3 in number. This is 1, 2, and 3. So what you can just do is to just duplicate. All right. Then you go ahead and change the text. So once you have done that, remember you click on them, you change the text. If you want them to link to a particular page or link, you put in the link here. Okay. And this gear icon, you can either do, maybe you want to open it on a new tab. So once they click on it, it will automatically open in a new tab. And you maybe don't want, that means you don't want it to open on the same page. All right. So once you are done, then you can come here to style it. All right. So this is where you're going to set the alignment. You can see it's towards, okay, let me see. We'll still change the color. You can see it's towards the left. So if you want to centralize it, you can see we have it at the center. If you want to add margin, so text color, let's change the text color to white. So you can see we've changed it to white. If you want to add the background color, there's no background color, but let me show you what it looks like. So that's it. Once there's a background color. So we don't want any background color. I'm going to undo. If you want to change the typography, let's see. So I think the size is okay, but if you want to change the typography, like the size, the fonts, and every other thing, you can do that within typography. Okay. The same thing with, you can see there is normal and over. So once you over it, if you want the color to change, if you want the typography or anything to change, you also come over and then implement your changes. All right. So for the icon size, if you want to increase the size of the icon, you can see it here. So this is what you're going to use to increase that. So let me return it back to default. So let me just clear it. Okay, icon spacing and then focus text. You can also do that. All right, so don't forget to always publish any changes that you are making. So with this now, we've been able to complete this first section. I've put you through how to do that. So the next section is what we are having here, where we have popular courses, and then we have this list of courses on the website. All right, so now let's go ahead and do that. So for us to do it, we'll come back here again. So guys, please, if you are watching this far, please, and you are yet to subscribe, please go ahead and click on that subscribe button. Okay. So now let's come back to Flexbox. We come over, click on this direction column again. We already have this. Now for us to achieve this type of heading, you can see we have an heading here. And then we also have a button at the other side. Okay, at both ends, we have something at both ends. So what we need to do is to bring in, you click on the plus, you bring in a container. So once you scroll down, you can see bring in a container. Okay. So inside that container, we are going to be having two things there. Then you go ahead and click on this plus icon again. So what we want to bring in is heading. So the heading we want to use is this particular heading. You can see there's one heading here. This is the default heading from Elementor. This is another heading because of the theme that we are using. They also have their own heading. So just drag it in. All right. So what do we need to put here now? So let me copy this text here. Popular courses and limitless learning. So let me just copy it. So I'll come over here under the title. So that should be popular courses. Okay, so you can see it here. Then we have the main title. Okay, this will be subtitles, is where we are going to have the other limitless. All right, so you can see it here. Now there's also, you can also want to do some play around with some design. If let's say popular courses, let me just add some random text here now. Okay, so you can see it here. This will be in another color. That's the main title, will be in another color. All right. And if you want to play around with some, you can see it said main title settings will be worked if you use this. That means, for example, under popular now, if I should add this curly brackets, if I should put that popular in between the curly brackets, so you see that the color will change, all right, to change with this, what we have in the main title. So I only share that with you in case you want to play around with some customization options. So let me just cancel this. Okay, so if you should scroll down to the other option that we have here, show separator. I don't want, there's a line here. I don't know if you can see it. So I don't want that line. I'll just stop that. So the text alignment, if you want it to be at the center, but let's leave it like this. Okay, so we have been able to create this where we have popular courses and this text here, which is this. Now the next thing is this button that we are having here. So for us to do that, we'll come back and press this button, this plus icon, and search for button. So you'll see that there are different buttons here. We have button, and then, so basically this is the button that we need. So you bring it underneath. So the button will be right here. So now let's go ahead and you'll see that it has colorless background. There's no background color. And then if you hover over it, it will show us this orange-like color. So for us to do that, the content there is view all courses. So this is the text there, view all courses. Okay, then the link. So we are going to put a link to where it will go to. So definitely it will go to courses. So just come here and type course. So the list of pages having that name will appear. So you select courses. So you can see page. Okay. All right. And if you want to add icon, you can add icon, but we don't need icon. So we'll leave it like that. So then we'll come to style. All right. So for style now, this is where you can change the typography if you want to change it. If you want to add text shadow, so if I enable this now, you see that text has some shadow now. If I don't want it, I'll just click here, restore to default. All right, so now this is where we're going to do the styling. The text color is currently set to white, okay? And then the background type and the background color, remember the background color is white, okay? You can see it here, it's actually white because the background of this entire section itself is white. So what we'll do is we'll come over to color, select white, okay. Then for text color, okay, let me just leave it as this green. Now we don't have this color. So for us to get, if you're working on any site, I want to get the color. So an easy way to get that done is I can just come over to where I have that, click right, left click, click on inspect. So I'll come over here and look for it. Okay, so you can see this is it. This is that yellow, like golden yellow color. So, and this is the X code. So I'll just copy the X code. Okay. So I've copied the S code. I can then close this back. So where it is asking me for text color, I'll come over here. So come and paste that S code here. All right, so that is the color. So let me just save it. So let me call it, is it golden yellow? Golden yellow. So I'll go over. So that's saved. So it's easier for us when next we need that color. All right. So that is it for this color. So now for the border, now you see that. Let's come back to that section. Okay. So you see that it has the same color for the border. All right. So for us to do that, so you can see that border type is default. We select solid. Then this is where we are going to select the border width. That's the thickness of the border. Now, if you are working on this and you want to hide this panel, just click here. You can see that it's very thick. You just want a very thin border. So you just increase the width to 1. So this is currently linked. That's why once I adjust it here, it adjusts across the entire space. Okay. So then the border color. So this is where I'm going to select the border color. Now the border radius talks about, remember when I showed you here, that if you want it to be curved. Okay. So once you increase it, you see they are curved, but we don't want that. All right, so you don't need to touch all the settings. You understand? You don't need to make use of everything. All right, so let's see if we add some padding. All right, so let me unlink that. So let's say maybe I want to have the right to be 25, then the left will also be 25. Okay, so we've been able to achieve that. Now, the next thing is once we over it, what happens? So I'll come over here again, click on over. So that means when we over it, we want the text color to be white. So that will be white. Then the background color, we want it to be this golden yellow. So that will give us this effect. So you can see, right? So, and that's what is happening here. All right, so we've been able to achieve that. Let me publish. So now for us to make sure that this thing is on the same line, so once I click here, this is the container that we added. All these 2 elements is within this container, and then we have this entire container also. Now, if you look at it from this navigator here, we have a container, another container inside this container. Now, this particular container is what have the header, the heading, and the button. Okay. So once I click here, I come over to direction and I click on right. So you can see them, they're already side by side. Now to put them at the other end, so you can see where we have justify contents, where we are going to use space between. Okay, space between. Now another thing you need to pay attention to, if you look here, it's just below it. This is also below. You can see it here. So for us to do that, you come over here under this align item, you put on end, so you can see it has brought it down. So they are put down. So that's how you'll be able to achieve this. So the next thing is this particular section here. So for us to achieve this, you come over here and then you come over to the plus icon that we have over here. Now you search for list courses. So before we even press it as appear. Now you see that they are like 1, 2, 3. Okay. But the one that we are going to use for this is this Eduma list courses. Okay. So I'll just click on it and then drag it below this container. Okay, so don't put it inside this particular container again. Okay, this is a separate one. And you can see it here. It has already bring out some of the courses that we have. Now take note of this. If I should go back here and click on that link, list courses. Remember, this is the one that I used. If I decide to use this one, or let's say this now, I should drag it in. You'll see that the design is different. Okay, it's yet to, let me see the contents. So the design or the layout will be different. Let me use the third one. Let me show you so that I just need to be sure. So in case you are you are designing yours and you are not getting it, that's a possible cause. If I decide to use this now, so you can see that the way it appears is different from this, okay? So all these, the three of them, they have different design, different way that they appear. So you need to take notes in case you bring in a particular one that did not work. All right, so but the one that we use is called the Eduma list courses. So you can see that it's similar to what we have here. So next, once we have this already, so there are some options that comes with it. So you can see here, for the layout style, it's currently on slider. If you want it to be in grid, okay, and then you can choose from grid new. There are different slider instructor. Okay, so this is what it will look like. If you look on list slide, so this is how it will look like, okay, but actually it's on slider, okay. Is it slider or grid? I think, yeah, it's grid, okay. So here, list number of courses is currently set to 8, but I currently have 8 courses. I mean 4 courses rather, so that's why it's showing only 4. And then we have order. You want to order them, is it based on latest or based on category? Okay, maybe you want only a particular category to show up, you can also do that. All right, so you can also, maybe instead of having popular courses now, okay, so that means let's put it on popular, since this particular heading is talking about popular courses. So that's it there. Thumbnail width, this is always okay by default, but if you need to change it, so display featured courses, if you want featured courses to show up, you will also do that. View all text, so that means if you want to view all text to show up, you can also do that. All right, so now there are grid options, number of column 4. So if you reduce it to 3, you can see this is what we are going to be having. All right, so all these options are self-customizable. So if you come over to style, so this is where you can change the title, the typography, and the text color. So if you also use this read more, okay, so we didn't actually use read more, so there's nothing to do here. All right, under advanced tool, we might not need anything to do here. So that's it on this section. Let me go ahead and publish. So let's take a look. Now the next section we are having is this particular section here. So for this also, we'll need to come back here, bring in a new section, click on this plus. Now for this section, I need to emphasize on this that there are actually different ways to actually get this done, okay? So if I should come back here, now instead of using this single column, I'm just going to use this particular 4 columns. So I'll click on it. All right, so you can see we have 4 columns. So inside each of these columns, we are going to introduce a counter box. So I'll come over here and search for counter box. All right, so you can see that there are 2 counters here. So we have counter and we have counters box. So this is what we are going to use. I click on it and then I drag it in. Okay, so let's look at the first one. We have foreign learners. So this text is going to be under text number. So I paste it so you can see foreign learners. Then counter text, this is where you're going to be having your numbers, okay, depending on, okay, so let me just put it some random numbers. Then content label, there's nothing there, okay, but if in case you are doing yours, once you put it, let's see where that's going to appear. I can't really see that, okay. Then view more text. All right, so you can see there's more. So that's if you want to link it to some other things, okay. So for icon, so once you come over to icon, so this is where you're going to put in icon, like this icon that you are seeing here. All right, so select icon. It's currently set on none, so I'm going to come over to icon library. So let's see what icon is this. Let me see. Okay, I really don't know the name of that icon. So, but let me just use this. Okay, so depending on the text and the icon that you want to use, so we bring in our icon. The reason why the icon is not showing is because the icon color is set to white, I guess. So let me change it to this. Okay, yeah, so you can see it here. All right, so we are still going to put it to white because the background here is white, so that's why it's like this. Okay, so then the font size, which is the size of the icon, and the icon position, you want it to be at the left, okay, you want it to be at the right or at the top. So for this now, you see that it's obviously at the top. Okay, so once this is done, so you can see the next thing is to just format it. So before we format it, let's go ahead and add this background. Okay, let's add the background so that we can format it appropriately. So to do that, again, remember how we added the background over here. It's still the same process. So you click on these 3 dots here, you come to style, is on normal, you click on this and you add image. So let me just let me just make use of this. Okay, click on select. Okay, then position, I want it to be at the center. Attachment, I want it to be okay like that. Repeat, no repeat. Then the size, I want it to cover. Okay, I think that's good like that. So now we are also going to add an overlay. Okay, so the overlay is right here, background overlay. So for this also, okay, let me just bring in black. Okay, so let me save this black so that I can always come back to its black. Okay, so you want to increase the opacity. So let me just leave it as 0.6. All right, so publish. So now you notice that there's some space above and below it. For us to do that, you still come back and click on this 6 dot here. You come over to advanced. Now you unlink them. This come to padding at the top. Let's say I want to add 80 pixels of padding, and then at the bottom I want to add another 80. So you can see it here. So that's what it means. Now, if you decide to use margin, the difference between the padding and margin is padding will be within the container. Okay, as I added 80 to the top, you can see that the space was from here to here. But if I should do for margin, now let me unlink it first. So for margin, if I put it at the top, it will be, so you can see it's from this external to this other side. All right, so let me close that. So don't forget to publish. So now I can go ahead and customize this properly. So I've clicked on it, then you can now come to style. So counter label. So basically what I want to do is the text number, and then where we have this for, and then the counter value. So I come to style. So for text number, this is where you can change the typography. Okay. So you can see it's not as big as that. So you can reduce the size. Okay, this is for text number, and then the color is white. Text color set to white. Okay, margin button. All right, so you can adjust everything appropriately. Then for the number, so for the counter value, okay, so this is it here to increase that space. All right, so for the counter value now, let's see. All right, so this is where you adjust the size. Okay, so let's say at 30. You can see it's not as big as that. Now for the icon, we can now change the icon color since we've changed the background, so to white. Okay, is it white? Okay, so I can go ahead and publish. Now to make your work much easier, so since we've done it here, instead of repeating it to the for the 3 other ones, so what I'll just do is I'll just copy this particular widget itself. Okay, so I'll just come over to where I have this pencil, this counter box, copy. Then I'll come over here and paste. All right. So with that now, the only thing I'll need to change is the content, which is where I have this foreign. I can just copy this complete from the classes complete. So change it here. Then I can go ahead to change the numbers and then the icon. Okay. So basically that's just how you go ahead about with this. Okay. Now let's come over here. Now you see that for this particular section, there is no space above and below it compared to our reference. You can see there's a space here, there's another space here. So for this also, we need to add some padding. So let's click on these 6 dots here. You come to advanced. So you unlink the padding. At the top, I want to have 80 pixel padding. Then at the bottom, I also want to have 80 pixels. All right. So don't forget to always publish. Okay. So that's it for that section. Let's see what the next section looks like. All right. So the next section is this, where we have top categories. Now, before we do that, let's confirm what so you can see if I can see now, generally having a website. But before we continue with the mini section, we are currently on desktop. Remember I said earlier, you should always switch between your desktop and the mobile view to make sure that everything looks good. So if I switch to mobile, now you can see that when we're on mobile view, this text is not looking good. Okay. And then let's look at the other sections. Okay. I think the other sections, all right, it's okay. All right, so for this now, since we've switched to mobile, you come here, click on it. All right, so it's not clicking. I'll use this to get there. So it's currently under this container, so I'll open it up, header info. Okay, course searching. So that's another advantage of this structure here. So you can see I was trying to click on it from this part, it's not allowing me, but with this structure, I can easily get to it. So what I'll do now is move to style. Okay, so let's see the title spacing. Now, another thing to let you know that you are editing the mobile view, you see this mobile, the logo also. So if I should see, the spacing is okay. What we just need to adjust is the typography. Okay, so that's the size in terms of the size. Okay. Online courses to learn. I think with that, everything is okay. Some part of the menu is coming down, but we are still going to fix that later. Okay. So once that is done, I think that's the only thing. This is still looking good. Okay. Then we can send it back. So those changes that we've made on the mobile, it will not affect the desktop view. You need to take note. All right. So let's go back and publish. So now let's move to this next section where we have top categories and then we have all of this. So to do that, let's come back here again, bring in another new. This is a single layer. Now for this heading now, where we have top categories, so let me just copy the text. Okay, what we just need to do to make our work easier, I can just come over here and copy this and then paste it here. All right, so where we have now the top categories. Okay, so where we have this learning and this learning limited learnings, I can just cancel it. Okay, so that sorts that out. So to bring this to the center, so I'll come over to advanced. All right, so you might use this will not work. Okay, so just come over to advanced, and then where you see align self, so just bring it to center. So that will push it to the center. So with that, now the next thing is to bring in this category side that we have. So for us to do that, come back here, click on this plus. We are going to look for a widget for that. So let's look for category. All right, so you see that there are different categories here. So the one we want to use is this particular one, course categories. Okay, so what I'll do is drag it. Okay. All right, so it's showing as list. I don't want it as a list. I want it as a grid. It's currently there, but the color is white. So you can see if I hover over it, it's bringing the black. So do I want to use icon or image? Yes, I want to use icon. Okay, because if you look at it right here, there are some icons here. So now let's quickly fix this part where, let's see. We come also to item, text color. So let's use a dark color. All right, so that has appeared. Okay, so let's see if it's having some over effect. So once you hover it, it's showing the orange color. All right. So that's it for the background color. Let's leave it as that. Then let's see, then border type. So let's select solid. Okay, so you can see it here, which is this solid background. Then for the width, we just use 1 because it's very light. And then the border color is, does it have a border color? Okay, yes, it's having a very faint, let me use this, all right, color, no shadow. So back to the content side. So where we have show subcategory, I'll select no. Then we have show cost, count cost. So that's the number of courses in each category. So I can select no, I don't want that. So limit category, number of category I want to limit. The number of columns. So if you look at it here, we have 4 columns. So let me also make this 4. Okay. Now the reason why we are having 6 is we don't actually have that. Okay, that's it. Yes, that's 6. Okay, so let me just reduce this to 4 so we can just have a single line. Now to put in the icon for these categories, now you need to go back to the dashboard. So remember, if you want to go back to your dashboard, you just click on this, your domain name /WP-admin. This will bring it to your dashboard. So now you come over to LeaenPress where we have categories. Now these are the categories that we have. Okay. Now what you need to do is you go through each of them. For example, for this artificial intelligence. Now let me open them in a new tab. Business, online also. We have teaching. Okay, so let me just work with those four. So where we have the text color, the icon, so this is where you're going to upload your icon. Okay, so I click on icon. So I already have some icons now. Now if you need icon, you can just come over to this website, flaticon.com. So this is where you're going to get suitable icon that you want to use. Okay, so I've already downloaded some already. So I'll come over to this place. Let me upload files, select files, then under my downloads. Okay, so you can see these are the ones that I've just downloaded. Okay, so open. I already have this one selected for artificial intelligence. Okay, so if you want to also put in a thumbnail, okay, and that will be fine. So click on upload. So if I come here and publish this website, then so I can be able to refresh. So you can see it now. This is the icon here. Now, if you bring in your icon and your icon is too big, so you can see this option where it says image size. So you can just adjust the size till you have a size that best fits based on the size of the icon that you imported. Okay. So now I'll go ahead and do for the other three, and then we can proceed. All right. So once you are done, then you can come back again to your style under items. So here you can add the necessary padding that you want to put to it. So maybe you want to add the top padding. Let's say you want to put in 20 at the top, 20 at the bottom. Then for left and right, maybe you want to add 10. And then for the left, also 10. So you can just use your discretion for that. All right. So then you can also play around with the colors. And then if you want to change the typography, okay, so you can see it's unlike here, it is a little bigger. So you want to do that, you come over to typography. So once you click on over also, you want to change the text color. So the text color is changing. So once you over it, so like we are having here. Okay, once you over it, also the border, which is solid with the width of 1. Okay, so the color also changes when you over it, right? So that is how you can achieve that effect. So once you are done, don't forget to always publish. Then if you also check out the mobile view to be sure that the mobile view, okay, you can see the mobile view is not looking too good. So you can also correct that, click on this, and then we'll come back to content. So for mobile view now, we can change it to 2, right? So I think it's better on 2, right? Then 4. So for this also, you also come back to the styling under item, and then you can adjust the margin and the padding to make sure it actually sits well. All right. So coming back to the desktop now. So let's take a look at the next section that we're having. It is this new course. Now you'll see that this particular part that has new course is similar to this where we have the popular courses. So what you can do is to make it easier, just copy this, or instead of before copying it, okay, so just locate it here under structure. So let me close, so this is it here under structure. What you can do is to just duplicate. Okay, so you see that it's 2 now. So from here, you just drag it down. So what you're having here, this is it here. So what you just need to do is to change it to new courses and change the text. You can see it's still the same view all course. So new courses, change it to new courses, and then come over here. So so you just change here to, instead of popular, you're going to change it to new, and then you change the text below. All right, so you come over here now, instead of order popular, then you can change it to latest. All right, so you can see, so the order will just change, but every other thing remains the same. And then if you look closely, there's a background color, a little gray background color, just to create that distinct difference between the two sections. So to do that, so you just come here and then come over here, classic, then the background, you look for a very light color. So I can make this like this. So let me save this in case I want to reuse it. I'll just click on, and then I can just call it a light background. Right, so then click on create. All right, so that's it for here. So now this other one, so let's add some padding. So at the top and bottom, so let's be consistent, 80. All right, so for the top and the bottom. So don't forget to also publish that section. All right, so away from that, we have this certificate section, we have this latest news. I'll just try to run through it real quick so that we won't waste too much time on the home page. So this Explore certificate. Now you see that this Explore certificate is similar to what we have, especially this part here, because we have view all and then we have Explore certificate, just this section. So what we'll do is just the same way we did here. where we have this, let me click on it, this container here. So I can just right click and click on duplicate. All right, so this is it here. So what I'll do now is right click and delete. Then the background, I'm going to take out the background because the background is white. So I'll just click here and then clear. All right, so you can see the background is white. Okay, so I can just come here and then change it to view all, and then change the link where it's wherever it is linking to. So this is linking to wherever it's linking to, you change the link also. So then you change the text here. So we have explore certificates, and then we also have this dummy text. So you can come in here and put in your text as explore certificates, and then right, so you can see. So that makes with that now you can be sure of having a consistent design. All right, so for this now, if you want to change the background so that it can be similar to this, you can just click on it, come over to style, and then normal, then the background color. Remember we've saved this light BG, right? So you can just have that right there. Okay, so don't forget to always publish. So for us to have that certificate now, what we are going to bring in is an icon box. All right, so but to do that, first we need to bring in a container. You can bring in a container and bring in a new section so that they'll be together here, but I'll choose to bring in a container. So you can see I'll just drop it here. So with that, I'll come over again. So what you are using is actually image box, not icon box. Okay, so image box. So once the image box is in, so I can go in and put in the image there. What we are having there is a certificate. So let me select this. Okay, and then the text there, certificate of training. So I can just copy this under the title certificate of training. So we don't have any description, so I can just take this away. Now, next thing is there's a link. So if you look at it, once you try to, it's linking somewhere, all of them. So this is where I'm going to put the link to wherever you want to link it to. So I can just put hash here temporarily. Now, next thing is for us to style it. So to do that now, so you come over to style, you come over to content. So the color is, let's see, it's black, but once you over it is that golden yellow. So this is where you select your color. So once you over it, it is golden yellow. So you can see it's giving you that effect. So if you want to change the typography in terms of the size, you can see this a little smaller. So for you to do that, you come over to typography. Okay, I think 21 is okay. If you're going to change the fonts, okay, you can also do that. All right. I think basically that's just it. Now for us to have it in four places, what I'll just do is I'll just go ahead and duplicate this, duplicate, and then duplicate. So we have it in 4 places. Now to bring them, so remember this section, I'll click on it and I'll click to the right. So I'll come to image, then I'll click, look at the image width. So once I increase that, so you can see that's, then the spacing. So there's a way to reduce the spacing here, this particular spacing. So let me do that here so that I can just copy whatever effect I do here. I can copy it to the other ones. So let's take a look at this here. So you see that there's more like a outline, okay, like a border. So once I click here, you come to box, image spacing. So let me reduce that space. So we don't have content, so we don't have business with that. And the border is on the entire itself, so that to get that to be on advanced, and then you see border, okay? So you see border here, solid, so you can see the difference. The border is, it includes this text, but the other border is just for the image itself, okay? So for the width now, I'll select 1 because it's just very faint. So let me take this in. You can see it here. All right, and then let's see, I think there are, so let's just add some space below it. So let me finish with the border. For the color, for the border color, is there any effect if we over? There is no effect, so there's no effect on the border itself, and also there is no curve. It's just, so that means there's no border border radius. So for the color, let me just make it very faint. Okay, I think that should be fine. Okay, so you can just pay attention to that. Now, to add some space just below this text, you can come over to advanced. So unlink this. Then for the bottom padding, let's say I want to add like 20. Okay, I think we are good like that. So I think we are already having something like this, and this is it right here. Okay, we can see. So what we'll just do to make sure those effects is here, instead of doing it again, I'll just come here, click on copy. Here I'll click on paste style, and then paste style. So to make the work easier now, you can just go to each of them and then change the image to the right image. You change the text, okay? So but that's with what we've done now to save you the time of doing everything one after the other. So this is how we can get this section. Don't forget to always publish. If I should come back here, so that's it on this section. And then let's see, we already have the padding for the entire section already, because remember we duplicated it. So let me just show you. The next one is this blog. I think we have 2 more sections to go. So guys, if you are finding value, please give the video a thumbs up. I just want to make sure I go through this homepage properly, so that will give you the foundation you need in creating every other pages, or maybe you want to create a custom kind of page for yourself. All right, so the next one now is the blog side, the blog section. So to do that, we can also duplicate this, okay, because you can see this that we're having here is the same thing here. So I'll just come over here. Let me see if the background is different. Okay, so that means the background is similar to what we have here. So instead of that, I'll just duplicate this section. So I've clicked on it here, and this is it here. Okay, so this section, this is it here. I'll just duplicate, and then I'll drag it below, and this is it right here. So I'll change this to what we have, latest news, and then we have this blog. So let me do that. So I'll just change where we have new courses. I'll change it to latest news. So I've changed that to latest news. So I can go ahead and just delete this section. We don't need it. Now to bring in the news part, so come over here and search for list blogs. So this is it here, list blogs. So drop it here. Okay, now this is showing because we've not created blogs. So let's still publish this. So let's come back to the back end. So back to our dashboard, let's come to post, all posts. So this is the one that is there by default, Hello World. So let me just trash this so that we can create our own blog post. All right, so I'll just click on add post. So while that is opening up, so let me just open one of these so that we can just duplicate the content into our own website. So this is where we are going to put in our title for our own. So let me deal with the title. Once I copy it, then paste it. I think I copied the image too. That's why this is showing up. So come to title, we paste it. All right. So for the body now, this is just dummy text. So let me just copy this much. All right. So you come over here. Now we don't need this section. So let me delete it. So what we need is this section. So you can just paste it. Now this is how you create a blog post. Okay. So once you add in your title, you add the body. If you need to add images, so once you click on it, you see this will show up. This plus sign is where you click on it. If you want to add a new paragraph, you want to add image or gallery or a list, you can see there are a whole lot of them here. You can see it's right here. So let's say I want to bring in an image into the body of the blog post. I can also search for image. So you can see image will appear once I click on it. Then I can then upload or choose from my. So maybe I want to put in this. Then if I want to continue again with some posts after that, you can see here, I can continue with more content like that, like that, like that. Okay, so that's how you add blog posts. So on the right here, you see that there are a lot of options here. So this is where you are going to put in the category that this particular post belongs to. By default, it will be uncategorized. So, but I want to have it under, okay, scholarship. Under scholarship. Okay, so add to category, or maybe I want to also have it under, any other category. You can create as many categories as you want, and you can select as many categories that I think it's this particular blog post fits into. So for tags, you can also add your tags. So then another thing we want to add is our featured image. Okay, remember all these images are what are the featured image. This is what it will show at the front of the blog post. So to do that, where you have featured image, so you come over and select the image that best fits that. Okay, so let me just use that. And then once you are done, you go ahead and click on publish, and that is published already. So let's come back here. So what I'll just do is, okay, we've saved. Let me just go ahead and refresh. So to make it easier, I've gone ahead to add 3 more dummy text, dummy blog posts rather, so you can see it here. So now for us to get started, so just click on any of them. You can see this content set, style and advice will show up. So this is where you select your layout. So they are different. We have the slider layout, okay, which is what was used here, okay. And then if you want to just use the default layout, which is the default layout, you can also do that, okay. It all depends on you. Like I said earlier, it's not compulsory for you to use exactly what was used. The main idea or the main concept of this video, or why I'm taking more time on this home page, is so that you can see the possibility of you having different design, different concepts. Imagine if 1,000 person watch this video and everybody is doing the same design. No, it won't make too much sense, okay. So let's go with slider. Build loop item. If you select, here's what happens, okay. So let's head back to no. I can't really see much difference here. Then what category? Okay, so you can select that. Okay, maybe the news that we show here is from a particular category. And also you can also be doing your own home page and you should not have news section. Okay, it's quite optional. Okay, you can just have a separate page on your menu that indicates blog and it will take you to a blog page. All right, so all those things are optional. Okay, then the number of blog posts is currently set to 4. If you want to order it by date, by title, you know, then 1 featured post. If you want to show a featured post, you can turn this on. So let's look at the content. So the content here talks about the arrangement. So let me quickly publish some of the changes. All right. So under that, we have image. Do you want the image to be at the top? Do you want it to be at the right? So you can see, do you want it to be, at the left or at the right? Or you don't want image at all. So you can also do that. So the icon over. So once you over the image and you want to add an icon, this is where you do it. So if you want to add an image, you click on the image library and then you look for a suitable image. So let me look for one arrow. Okay, so let's see. All right, so let me just use this one. All right, so you can see this is the arrow here. All right. So I don't want it anyway. So let me just, now, so the post data, we have title, we have metadata, we have content, and we have read more. Now, if you look at what we have here, we just have only the title, okay, and the metadata. This name is showing the post name, that means the author's name, and then the date when it was posted. All right. So if you want to have some of those features, here I don't want content, so I can take that off, and I don't want the read more, okay, because once they click on the title itself, it will take them to the post. All right. Then if you want it to open in a new window, you can turn this on. So under title, so you can select the title tag. Maybe you want to put it on H3 or H4. You can also do that, as you can see. Then what else do we have under title? I think that's just it. Then under metadata, so we can see we have the dates and then the comments. All right. So if you also want to have it to show maybe the author, all right, you can also do that. If you don't want it to show the date or the number of comments, okay, you can also, and if you don't want any of those, you can also cancel it. And if you want to rearrange it, the order of which you select it will determine. If you want to centralize it, talking about the position of everything, you can easily do that. Okay. So icon metadata, if you want them to show some icon, you can turn this on. So all these things are just self-customizable. You can just go through them and do it. So for the slider settings, so item to show is currently showing 3, item to scroll 3, item space, that means the space between them. Let's see if we should increase this to 50. Okay. Okay, I can't really see. Let me return it back to 30. Remember I said once you make any changes, if you can't see any change, just return it to what it was. So animation speed, and then autoplay is currently yes, autoplay speed. Auto speed. So let me increase this to 5 seconds. Okay. Yeah, and if you don't want it to be autoplay, so you can just turn this off. All right. And then do you want to use bullets or a scroll bar? Okay, so now I need to take this off because we won't be needing it here. So let me delete that. So let me come back here. So for the slider setting, so here you can select what you can use to control the slides. If you want numbers, so you can see no 1, 2. So if you want to scroll or you want to switch, so you can also use a progress. So this, so you can also use this to switch to the next one. All right. So these are the options that is available to you. So once you come over to style, also you can also change the post. For the post now, you can walk around with the background color, the border color, and all of these, including the image. I believe by now you should be able to play around with the background color, the icon color. And then for content, okay, we didn't use content, so you might not need to do anything here. Okay, so basically that's it with this blog section. I don't want to waste too much time with it. Okay, with other section that we've created, I believe we should be able to do something here. And so now after that, the next is this testimonial. We just have these 2 more sections to do with our own page, and then that marks the end of the home page. Okay, so let's come back. We are going to create a new section. So just click on this plus. We have this. Let's see what's at the top. So what people say and this. So what I will just do is copy. We have something like that at the center. Okay, copy this guy here. So copy. Then we can come here and paste. So that is there. And then what do we have? What people say. And then with this text. Okay, so I can just come here. What people say. Then under the subtitle. And then we can put this here. All right. So now for that testimonial. So this that you are seeing here is actually a testimonial. So this, you can see this is how it works. All right. So to recreate this, you come back here and then you come to widget, search for testimonial. All right. So you see these 4 types. So this is the one you are going to use. So you just drag it here. Okay. So this is it here. Okay. All right. So now you can select the layout. Maybe you want stump gallery or you want the default style. Okay. So let's just stick with this. So enable quotes. So let's see, there is this quote on top. Enable quotes. Okay. Yes. Okay. So if you scroll down there, the quotes, this is where you're going to select it. Then you bring in the quotes for the quote icon. Okay, so this is it here. All right, you might not see it now because of the color, right? So then you can select the position. We can't do that because of it's not showing now. All right, so this is where you're going to put in the content for each of those. So let me show you. So each of these contents for the review. Okay, I can't copy that. So this we are going to put it, each of them, the client's name, their position, and then the review itself. That's where it should be. Then the client avatar, that's the client's picture, like you can see here. So this is where you're going to put it. So let me just look for one that best fits. All right, so let me just use that particular person's picture. All right, so what I'll just do is, to save time, let me just duplicate this just one that we have here. So I'll just click here to duplicate it twice. Okay, so now for the slider settings, so you come over here for slider settings, show items, how many slider you want to show. So if you want to autoplay, no, I don't want it to be. That's why it is, you can see that it's just moving by itself. I don't want it to play by itself. So here you can adjust the width. Okay, you can adjust the width. All right, so let's add some. You want to add some padding to the layout. So for the content wrap, and then the client info, it is where you can remember we are under styling now. So this is the image. And then the gallery settings, you can also go through these gallery settings. If you need to adjust the width, you can do that from here. So for the quote icon, so you can see the quote is somewhere here. So the icon size, you can see because it's white, that's why you can't see it. Okay, so for the color now, let's just select. Okay, so it is visible like that. And then for the background also, so let's see. Okay, the color is black while the background is the golden color. Okay, so the color itself is black. All right. So for the border radius, once you increase the border radius, you see that it will form a circle. All right. So this is where you can increase or reduce the icon size. Okay. And then you can increase the padding. Okay, so you can see. So that's how to do that. And then there's a place where you can move the icon position. Under client info, so you can see the image resolution by default is this. So if you increase the border radius, so if you look at it now, so that's what you are going to increase to give us that circle like that we are having. All right. So I think 55 should do. Okay. So you can see it here. That's how you can get that circle once you increase the padding. I mean the border radius, border margin. Okay. So how far do you want the contents to be? Okay. Then the client's name. Let's see if there's any effect. So if you want to add some effect based on the display and what happens when you over it. All right. So for client's position, if you select inline, or you can leave it as default. So still under gallery setting, if you come to gallery border type, select solid, and then you can increase it just a bit. So let me take out the shadow. Okay. So that's settings that you can play with, like the quotation position, I think is at the center somewhere here. All right. So this is it here. Okay. So you can also do this. If you show separator, okay. So you want to show separator, fine. You can also do that. So if you come over to style also under, so if you come to separator too, so let's see. So that's the separator right there, but I don't think it was in the reference website. Okay, so you can just take that out. Okay, so just when you play around with this, you'll be able to come up with something good. So, all right. So let me just go ahead and publish that so that we can move to the next one. So if you look at away from the testimonial side, then we have this last section, which is the subscribe now. All right, so to do this, we can just go ahead and bring in a new section. So which is this right here. So what we have here is we can use a text element, okay, text editor rather. So what I'll just do is I'll bring in a text editor. So text editor. So this is it. So right here we have, now you're going to use a text editor to put this. Now there are different ways to do this. You can use a text editor to put in a short code here, and then you can use the title to do this where we have subscribe now, and then we have this receive weekly newsletter. So let me copy this text. All right, so that is ready. Okay, so this is it here. Yeah, so I want to also copy this. So I'll just copy, then come here and just paste. All right, so I want it to be at the top, so I can just bring it like this. So where we have what people say, we'll change it to subscribe now. And then the other text is where we have receive, I'll be control. Okay. Now for us to get, let me put in the background so that we can be sure what we are doing. So again, we are going to have some padding at the top and below it. So I'll come over here, click here, advanced top padding, that will be 80. Then bottom is also 80. So I can go ahead and put in a background image and okay. So I currently don't have that image, but let me just put in a random image, okay? And by the way, I think I didn't mention it earlier. If you need images for your website, okay, there are some platform that comes highly recommendable. So let me mention it now. You can use Pixels. We have on Splash, and then we also have Pixabay. So you can see this, yeah, you can get copyright-free images. So you also have to be careful because sometimes there are some premium contents, okay, images right here. If you also need videos, you can see photos, Illustrator, vectors, music videos. but you can find high quality images here. So just enter the search and then you can sort them out. So also on Splash. Okay, so just make sure that you filter them to free images, and you can also get it from Pixel. So those are the three that comes highly recommendable for quality images. So back to this section. So this image is looking too dark. Let me look for something bright. So the same process again, you know, display size, cover, repeats. I don't want any repeats, attachments, it's the same position, center. All right. So you can go ahead and customize this. Let's see what it looks like. Okay. So let me just add an overlay to it so that it can be visible. So for background overlay, so that will be black, so that the text can be visible. So I've clicked on this text now, so I'll come to style and then text color. So let me change it. Is it to white? Okay, yes. So I'll change it to white. For this also, subtitle, text color should also be white. Okay. Now for this, for us to get the code that we are going to put in to get this box, so we'll come back to our dashboard. So this is a dashboard. So you can see where we have this MailChimp for WordPress. So you click on it. So when you click on MailChimp, you'll be seeing a page like this. Now you see yours will show something like not connected, and it will ask you for API key. Now for you to get that API key, once you click on this link that says get your API key, a new tab will open up which will redirect you to MailChimp. So the account will open up like this. If you have an account with MailChimp already, you can go ahead and log in. But if you don't have, then you need to create an account. So once you create an account and log in, so once the page open up, it will take you to Extra. So you see it here. This is where you're going to create an API key. The chance that you might not have an API key already. So you see an option for you to create an API key. So once you create it, you're going to copy it. So that API key is what you're going to paste here to connect your WordPress site to your MailChimp account. So once that is done, just go ahead and save it. So the next thing you're going to do is to come over to Forms. So once you click on Forms, so you're going to have, you might not have any form anyway. So you see an option to create a new form. So go ahead and click on it. You give it a title. So that I just titled it subscribe form, and then you go ahead and just click on save. Now, by default, it generates this code for you. Oh, this code would make it look like this. But if you look at the reference website that we have, you can see this is what it looks like. So to have something that looks like this, you just use this code. I'll leave this code in the description of this video. So let me just copy this. And then I'll come and paste it. So I'll come and paste it here. All right, so you can see a preview of what the forms looks like. And if you want to create yours, you can see there are different features that you can use to create your own kind of design if you don't want to use this design. All right, so once that is done, go ahead and click on save. All right, so it has been saved, and this is what it's currently looking like. So what you just need to copy is this code here, this short code. So just copy it. Then we'll come back to our WordPress site, to our home page. Now, here we have text. You're going to paste it there. Okay, don't forget to publish. Now, you might not see it immediately, but if I should push it in, I think that should show up, okay? But don't worry, once you have put in the code, it might not show up immediately. Now, alternatively, you can also use an element called shortcode itself. So if I should search for shortcode, if I also drag it in, remember that text is a shortcode. If I also paste it, okay, apply. So once I click on apply, you can see this is for the shortcode. Now for this other one, you might, once you are on your Elementor page, it will not show, but if you click on preview, if you try to preview the websites, that means it will open up in a new tab. And if I should scroll down, you'll see that it will still appear. Okay, so basically there are different ways to get things done when it comes to web design. Okay, so I just need to show you this. So let me go ahead and delete this, that of the shortcode. Okay, so don't worry, this is showing up like you can see here, it's actually showing up, but because you are just in the back end, so some things might not really show up. All right, so now let's go back to our reference website. With this now, we've been able to do this part. I think in my audience just need to add padding. I think the padding is there already. So let me look at something. Okay, we might need to add some margin between this and this. So I'll just come to advanced. Then for the top, I will link it first so at the top, maybe I want to add a margin of 30 pixels. That's to give it some space between this and this. So I'll just go ahead and put in 30. All right, I think that's fine like that. Okay. Okay, so don't forget to publish. All right, so the next thing that we have, I think that's pretty much it. So this is part of the footer. This too is part of the footer section. So with that, now we've been able to complete our own page. All right, I believe it took too much time in this, but that was the plan, to make sure I walk you through all the process so that you won't have any problem with creating your own home page. Or if you want to have a different design, or you want to bring in a separate widget, you can see that we didn't even use everything that is available to us, and that's how it is. You might not need to use everything. Okay, so in case you want to bring in a different design, different section, different layout, I believe with this you should be able to do that. So what I want to do now is to create like 2 other pages, but we won't waste too much time like we did in the home page, because with the knowledge you have in the home page, especially if you are new to Elementor page builder, I believe creating other pages won't be too much of a problem. What you just need is time to practice. So with that, guys, let's go ahead and create the About Us and the Contact Us page. So I'm back to the dashboard and I'm pages. So you come over to click on Add Page again. So now I want to create About Us, so I'll give it a title About Us. Now, unlike the other time when we were creating on page, now for this template, you leave it as default template. So you come over to layouts. So you are going to use a custom layout, and then this is what we are going to be using: the header, body, and footer. Now we are not going. This is for sidebar at the right, sidebar at the left, and this is for content wide. So then you go ahead and publish. Now let me show you what the page looks like. So let me open up the page in a new tab. Now another thing you can do for you to understand how these options work is, now we are currently on default templates. Let me show you. You can see this is how the thing looks like. Now you can see this time around we are having a breadcrumb. This is called the breadcrumb, where you have links showing you from the home page, and we are having this section. Unlike when we are doing the home page, you can see we didn't have that. So that's what this will cause, because you select it as a default template, and then we selected this option. Okay, so if you had choose this with a sidebar, you know, we won't have a full page like this. So you can play around with some of these options so that you can really understand. You can select maybe this header with a sidebar, go to the front page, refresh it, and then you are going to see the effect. You can come here also and select Elementor full width, Elementor canvas, and then just to have a look of what the pages will look like. For example, if you choose Elementor canvas, you are not going to have this header. It will just be a blank website, maybe like you want to use it for a landing page. All right, so you really need to understand all of these things, especially if you are new to Elementor page builder. So just try and play around with all of these options to see how it works. So with that being said, now we've created the About Us page. Let me be sure that it's on default. Yes, then click on Edit with Elementor. All right. All right, so it has opened up. Elementor page has opened up. So let me show you our reference page. All right, so this is the reference one we are going to be making reference with. All right, so unlike the previous one, we are not going to waste too much time with this. Okay, so now let's start with this heading section where we have Learn with Passion. Now, to make it easier, since we already have some of these sections that we already have them in the home page, so we can go ahead and copy them. So let me first start with introducing the flexbox, so which is this. All right, then we come back to our home page. Now you see that that title is similar to what we have here. It's similar to this, so I'll just copy this heading, come over here, and then right click and click on paste. All right, so what I'll just need to do is to change the information here. So where we have Learn with Passion and then this dummy text. All right, so I can then come here and come and paste those information here. So that is done already. So we don't really need to format it. It's a copy the same formatting. All right, so the next section is what we are having here, which is this 4 column. All right, so there are actually 2 ways you can go about it. You can just go ahead and introduce a 4 column like this. All right, or you can just use bring in a container, create one, and duplicate it. But let's just stick with this. All right, so what we are going to do next is, remember that this 4 column that we have here is similar to what we have in the home page right here. It's the same thing. So what we'll just do, I'll just copy the container box, the counter box. I'll just copy one of this, come over to the About Us page again, and then I'll paste it. All right, so what we just need to do is to change the colors and everything before we duplicate it. So let me work with this now, foreign followers, and then the icons. All right, so this is green. And then, okay, then we can't see the icon because the icon is also white. So I can go ahead and change the icon. Remember the same step. So let's just come over to style. The icon color, you can change the icon color right here. So let me change it to green. It's currently raining and it's making my network slow. So let's continue. All right. Then we change the text color, the counter value, that should be, they are all the same color. Okay. And then the foreign followers, which is change it to this. Okay, so you can go ahead and also change the typography if you need to, or the size and everything. So let's look here. You see that there's a shadow on the around the border, and when you hover over it, okay, so there's something green showing up. So let me show you how to do that real quick. When we hover it, no, by default there's a shadow around it. Another thing we might need to do is to add some padding around it. So let me just click here. Then you come over to advanced. So let me just unlink it. So let's say at the top, I want to add the padding of 20. Okay, then at the bottom, I want to add another padding of 20. Okay, maybe it's okay like this. So for me to add that shadow that is around it, I'll come over to border. All right, so this box shadow, I'll just check it. You can see. All right, so I can then work on how deep or how light I want it to be. Maybe just a little. Okay, so you can see that's the shadow there. Another effect that you can see here is the edges are curved. Okay, so let me come back here. Still go back to the border. I think that's where it is. So you can see border radius. So I'll just increase it to maybe 10. So that's to give it the edges, those curves, so you can see it here. Right. Now for this part where when you over it, it's showing a green at the below it. It's still within this border. You click on over. So where you see border type, you click on solid. Now remember that when you over it, it's just down, the bottom that is showing that color. So this is, you just have to unlink it. For the border width, you are going to give it a particular number. Let's say 10. If that is okay. So I think 10 is too much. Let me make it 5. So then you are going to select the border color to green also. All right. So let's see. So you can see. So that's how to create this effect. So now that we've done this, what you just need to do is to copy this and paste it inside the other section of it. So the only thing you need to do now is to change the icon and this information's inside. Okay, you can change the information inside. Now another thing that is there is you can see this one came down a little. These two here, right here. So for you to do that, you can just click here, or you can just also use this and then come over to unlink the margin. Then at the top you can add the margin of, let's say it's 50 too much. Okay, so you can see it's there. So that would bring it down. So I think 50 is quite much. So let's just say 30. All right. So once you do this, you can just copy here, come and do it, or as you copy it, you just click here and then you click on paste style. All right. So with that, now you can go ahead and change the color and everything to look like this. Okay. So that is it for that particular section. So let's go ahead and add. So for this, now let me add some padding under it so that I can have some space. Right, so because of this that was brought down, I can just increase it. Instead of the 80 that I've been using, I'll just use 100 for the bottom, rather, not for the top. For the bottom, I'll just use 100. So for this to be at this first section here, okay, I can decide to add, okay, maybe 50 or 80 if 80 is okay. All right, so don't forget to publish. That's more like saving. So you can see we've been able to complete this section. Now for this second section, what we are going to use is icon box. All right, Eduma icon box. So let me also show you that. So you come over here, you click on the plus here. We are going to use this. So you are going to bring in, click on this plus here. You are going to search for I think there is an header here. All right, you can see there is an heading here, right? So again, what you can just do is copy this. Oh, sorry, not paste. So copy, and then just come and paste it here. All right, so then you go ahead and change the information, right? Then we bring in our icon box. So for the icon box, see there are two types. So this is the one that we are going to be using. So you drag it underneath it, okay? All right, so there's one other thing that I need to do before bringing is, let me delete this. Now you see that it's 3. You know, there are 3 numbers. So for us to do that, now let me also show you this. There are 2 ways to actually go. Let me delete this back. Now I can, okay, sorry, let me delete this. We're still having one here. Let me delete this. So you can just add another for this and then make it 3. But instead of doing that, what I would prefer to do is I'll come and bring in a container. So a container is, this is it here. So I'll just bring it right here. Now inside this container is where I'm going to bring in my icon box. This icon box, all right? So I'll just place it here. Now we already have our icon box and we want to bring in this information here. So we don't need any title, but the description. So the description is where we are going to add this. So where we have icon type, we are going to select custom image. Then here we are going to upload the image we want to use. So let's say I want to use this image, select. All right. So for the link, now this is where I'm going to enter a link that once they click on it, now you see that once I hover over this, it's a link, right? Even the read more is also a link, all right? So this is where you're going to enter the link. So for the layout option, where do you want the icon to be? At the top, we want it at the top, which is okay. Now you come over to style. So that's where you can style your description in terms of the typography, the text color. So this is where you can change it. You can see it's currently looking like a shade of blue or something. So this is where you can change it. Then for the icon, which is the image, the width. So you can also increase it here. Now to make it easy, let me just go ahead and duplicate this. And then duplicate. Then come click here and change the direction to right. All right, so you're going to have something like this. So if I come back to link, so for the link, I only want the link to apply to the title. So you can see to the title. Okay, I think there's a display read more. All right, so we display read more. So you remember to add the title. This is where you're going to put in the title, where we have about who we are. So next is for us to bring it below the image, okay? And for us to bring it down, we come to style, we click on title. So where we have this margin, we are going to unlink it. So for the top now, you look for, let's say 60, okay? Let's increase it to, let's say 80, it's still not down. Okay, so we've been able to bring it down. So like this. So you can just play around with the typography, okay? Now for the link, you can see it's only the read more button that is clickable. This title is not clickable. So once you are here, you still come back to content where we have link. You can see we say the link to apply to display more. So but it says enable URL, title and icon. So check this yes. So once we click here and then you click here, you can see. All right. So you can also add space or margin between the read more and this content. Let's do that. So you click on style, you come over to read more. So this is where you can change the color, the normal, the over. That's for the read more. So but what we want to do now is to add some margin for this read more. So I will link this and then at the top. So you can see this is how you do that. All right. So don't forget to always publish. So now that that is done, I'll just come here and just duplicate them. Okay, so duplicate this again. So I can now delete this other two. So I'll just go ahead, right click, click on delete. and then click on delete. So we already have all this section done already. So what you can just do is go to each of them, change the image and then the text to best fit what you want to use it for. All right. Now, if you look at this one, there's a background, like a dark background to differentiate from this other side. So for us to do that, just like we did in the other, you click on this 6 dots, then you come to style. Then for background, you select this. Now for the background color, remember we've saved it earlier. You click on this, you look for it. This is it, light BG. All right, so you can see it over here. All right, so for the top, click here, let's add our padding. So that will be 80 at the top. And then below, at the bottom, we're also going to have 80. All right, so that will give us that space. So with those changes now, you will notice that, the background did not extend to the end of the page, unlike we have here. You can see it here. Now, so for you to fix that, so for you to fix this, so you come back to your dashboard and then go to pages. So the About Us page, and click on that, come back down to layout. So this section, this select layout, you're going to change it to content wide. So once you do that and then you save, so that has been saved. Now you can come back here. Let me first of all publish. And then if you refresh this tab, you are going to be seeing that this is going to extend to both ends. All right, so let's see. So you can see it here. So we have it extend to the end. All right. So that's what I was saying earlier, that you should try and explore the different options when it comes to page layouts to see what it looks like. So with that section being done, the next is this particular section here, which was made with icon box. All right. So let me quickly walk you through that. So again, you are going to bring in a flex box, this. All right, let's see, does it have a title? No, it doesn't have a title. So we are going to use, click on this plus icon, and then you are going to search for icon box. Right. So this time around, this is the icon box we are going to be using, this particular one. This time, this is the icon box we are going to be using. So this particular one. So I'll just drag it in. So now we bring it in now for the title. So go ahead, come here and copy this. So let me copy both of them. All right, so for the title, that's where you're going to have that long text, which is this. Then for the description, just have that. All right, so now let's go ahead and bring in the icon. So we'll click here. I think it's a quote, you will see. So this right here, insert. All right, so this is the quote right here. Now, if you look here, the quote is to the left. So to bring this quote to this side, you can see it under layout option, box style. So click icon to the left. So we already have it to the left. All right, so every other formatting option, changing the color and the thing, I believe with the other sections we've done, you should be able to do that. All right, so let me just go ahead and add some padding at the top and bottom. So that will be what we've been using, 80/80. All right, so that's it for this section. Now you see that there's a thin line here. You might not be too visible. That's a divider. All right, so that means both this section and this, they are all within the same container. Okay, there's a divider here. So what I'll do is come over here, click on the plus, and then you search for divider. So this is it right here. Okay, so this is the divider. So you can reduce the width to, let's say, 75%. 75, and then you put it at the center. All right. So for the color, so you come over to style, you select the color. It's a very faint color. So it's a very faint color. All right, so let me use this. Okay, so that's a very faint color right there. So next to that is we have this, our theme. All right, so I won't be going through this. I'll just tell you what to do. Now, this header that you are seeing here is similar to the other header we've been using. Now, this particular section also was created using theme. So you come to here, and then you click on the plus section and you look for theme. So you can see this is theme. So then after you must have bring in your header, then you bring in your theme, you just drag it in. All right, so you can see it here. So you put in your image, you change the text around, so you can see once you click on them, you'll be able to add your photo, your members, your design, and then it text about them. So for social media, you can see Facebook, YouTube. Okay, so you can select Instagram, TikTok, Pinterest, and the likes. All right. So you can, I believe you should be able to do these settings by now. All right. Then you can come over to style, play around with all the options that is available here so that you can maybe achieve what you have here. All right. So for button, it's the same way we created button. This is a button here. So what you can do for this button is you can go to the home page design and look for where we have a button. So we have a button here, and then we also have a button here. So you can just copy this. Then you come to the about section and just paste it. All right, then you format it too. So you can come to style, you put it at the center, then you walk around with the color, link it to the right page. Okay, so that was why it took more time in the home page, because I believe other pages won't take more time like this. All right, so now for this next one too, you can have everything within the same, because the background are the same thing, they are having the same background color, or you can just create a new container for that. All right, so you can just create a new container for it also. Then the same process, you bring in your heading. Okay, so you can copy the even from the previous heading that we used right here, you can just copy that, and then you come and paste it. So you put in the text, there is no description here, I mean subtitle. Now you take that out. So now for this particular slider image, this image and this is the same thing. So what they use is image gallery or gallery image. So let me show you that. So I click on the plus and then I search for gallery image. All right, so this is its gallery images. All right, this particular one. All right, so you come over here and put in the images that you want to use. So you can select as many as you want to use. Then you click on Create Gallery Inserts. All right, so you can see it once you over it. So there are some other slider settings that is here, page pagination, show animation. All right, so you can play. You can see for this particular one, once I over it, it's showing, but it's showing in grayscale. That's, you can see that's what is happening below here. All right, and you can see that for this one now, the navigation is arrow by the side, while this one is button below. Now you see that those options is part of everything. So let me select content. The visible item is set to 4. That's why we are seeing I think there's one here. It's not here showing up. Then show pagination. That's what I was talking about. If you turn it on, show navigation, and then color image. So if you want it to be colored, okay, so you can see. But if you don't want it to be colored, you turn it off. Like it was turned off for this. That's why you're having it in grayscale. Why this it was turned off. Okay. So animation speed talks about how fast you want it to roll, okay? And then the contents, this is where you're going to bring in your images, your size, show or title if you want to. If you want them to link to something, you click it here. So if you also come to style, you can increase the image opacity, that's then the dots, okay? And then if you want to use navigation, you can see this was dots, okay? So if you are able to, with that now, you should be able to get your About Us page ready. So let me just go ahead and publish this. With all the explanation I've done and what I've shown you so far, you should be able to get your About Us page done. So before we work on the Contact Us page, please, if you are watching this far and you are yet to subscribe, kindly go ahead right now and click on that subscribe button to subscribe to the channel. So thank you very much if you have done that. If you are still here, to just go ahead right now, click on that subscribe button. Okay. So thank you very much again. Now, for us to fast track the process, I'm going to have to set up the Contact Us page. It's a simple process. I've shown you like twice. Just go ahead, select the layout and everything. All right. Now, I want to show you a quick comparison here. You'll see that the Contact Us page, we have this section, which is similar to what we did here in the About Us section. So I won't be going through that again. Then we have, so the two things that I basically want to show you, you can see this section is also present in the About Us section, which I've explained earlier. So I won't be doing this. So what I just want to show you is this contact form, basically. That's why I need to be here. All right. So for us to do this contact form, so what you need to do, and this map, is you come over to your contacts after you must have created the other section. And again, if you want to use a different layout, it's not compulsory you use this layout. There are different Contact Us page layout and designs that you can come up with, okay? So for you to get this Contact Us form, so just come over here to this on your Contact Us page. I'm already editing with Elementor Page Builder. Click on plus and then click on Contact. So you see this contact from 7 right here. All right, so just bring it in. Okay, so you can see this is the contact of 7. Now you're asked to select a form. We have a contact form 1. All right. So here is the contact form 1. There are some styling options that comes with it. So you can change the typography, the text, and everything. Okay. So let's see. You can see this is more towards the center and the likes. So you can just play around with this. So if you want to change the fonts, you can see if you want to change the fonts or everything, you can see it under style. So if you come to under style, so you can change the input style right here. Okay, so the placeholder color, which is the text color and then the background color. If you want to change them on over and then focus. So for the bottom, the button style, if you want, that's what we have right here. If you want to change it, we've touched a couple of these in other places. All right, so you can definitely do that right here. All right, so there's another thing I also want to just show you. Now you can see that on the contact place here, if you select contact, you have contact form 1. Now there's a plugin that we installed earlier, which is contact form 7. So this is it right here. So you click on it. So you can see they've already created the form for us, which is the contact form. So if you need to edit it, you can easily edit it. So if you want to use a shortcode to put the form anywhere, you can also use this shortcode. All right. So if you want to edit it here, you can click on edit, or you want to create yours, so you can see all the information here. For example, now if you look at what we have here, there's this optional that they wrote here, but we don't have it on our reference website. Okay. And then you can also come over here, and this is it here. Just take out this place that they put optional. Okay, so there are some other settings that comes with it. If you come over to mail, this is where, so every email that is being sent to you using this contact form, okay, so this is where it will be delivered to the site admin email. So if you want a separate email, you can just put in the email here. And if you want multiple email, I think you separate them with comma. All right, you can do that here. Then the from email, that's your site title. So and then you can take this off. The email, every other thing, it's quite okay like that. All right. So there are some additional settings if you want to put it here, but if there's nothing, then for messages, these are some default messages. When sender's message was successfully sent, you see they'll say thank you for your message, it has been sent. Right, so these are the options that are there. If you make any changes, don't forget to save. All right, so now let's come back here. So that's for the contact form. If you want to bring in this map that we are seeing here, this map here, so just come back to this, and then you click on this plus icon here, then you click on map. So you click on map. So you can see it here, this Google map. You can use any of the two. All right, so let's just make use of this. You can see we've already bring it in. So this is where you enter your address. So if you put in your address, it will show it here. So if you want to zoom, all right, so once you increase it, it will zoom in. And if you want to increase the height, that's from here to here, you can easily do that. Okay, so you can use the what best fits what you want. Okay, so if you want to zoom in again, like I said, there you go. So depending on how your map looks like or how you want it to appear. So once that's done, so don't forget, it's currently raining and my network is making my network slow. That's why it's looking like this. All right. So you come over to advanced also to add some margin. Okay. So let me just put in 80 pixels at the top. So don't forget to publish. So with that, now we already have our contact us page. Every other thing that you need to do, I've explained it to you earlier. So welcome back. The next thing we want to do now is to create the menu. All right. So before we do that, anyway, let me show you what our site currently looks like. So if I should click here, you see the option to view sites. All right. So you can see that if I should view it, it's showing us this page more like the blog that we created earlier instead of showing us our home page. So for you to do that, now that we have our home page, you come back to the dashboard, you come over to settings, then you click on reading. So I've opened that in a new tab. So you can see your home page display. So you change it from latest post to static page. All right, so this is where you are going to select your home page. So we have its home. So this is the home we created. So for post page, you're going to select blog. Okay, so we don't have a blog page. All right, so I'll create that shortly. So once you create your blog page, to create the blog page is pretty much easy. There's nothing much to do there. So just click on add page. So that's where all your blogs will appear. Okay. So just come here, type it blog. There's nothing else to do. Just click on publish, and that is it. Okay, so I can go back to this reading page. Let me just refresh it. All right, so I'll come back to static, select for home, home page. For post page, I'll select blog, and then we click on save. So with that, we've been able to set. So once we go to our home page, or you just type in your domain name, to take you to your home page, so you can see just like this. Okay. All right, so the next thing is you want to work on our menu. You can see all these things we are having here is our menu. All right, so let me open it in an incognito window. Now, I'm currently logged in as an admin. That is why I'm seeing this top bar. Okay, so if I should log in an incognito window or in a different browser where I'm not logged in, so let me do that. So you can see this is what the menu looks like. Okay, so let me show you how to create this so you can make it look better than what we have here. So for you to create your menu, when you see on your dashboard, you come over to appearance, then you click on menu. All right, so while that is opening up, now if you look at our reference website, now these things that we are having here, like this demo, courses, pages, elements, they are the menu. But this entire section like this one with the green background and the black background showing the logo represents the header section. Okay, so that's different between menu and header, so don't mix that up. All right, so you can see by default we have some menu already, which is what we are seeing here, the home, about us, and the likes. Okay, but now you can have your own menu depending on the kind of information that you have on your website or what you are working on. But I want to have my own, then I also want to have my about us, so I can just drag it. You can see you can rearrange them. Then the next one I want to have the contact us, followed by the contact us page. And then I also want to have courses, so you can see courses. So I said it earlier that some pages were created by default for us. So I want to have followed by blog. Then I want to have become an instructor. So for this cards, checkouts, and other pages, I don't want to include them. So I can just go ahead and remove that. I don't want it to be at the menu one. Okay, so you can see we are currently on menu one, right? So we are actually creating our first menu. Okay, we are currently on our menu one. I can just call this one main menu. All right, so you can create as many menus as possible. You are still going to get there. So these other ones, I'll just delete them. So to delete them now from this cart, for example, I'll just come here, click on remove. For the checkout also, I'll click on remove. So I'll do the same thing for the rest. So once that's done, I just click on create menu. All right, so you can see we already have one menu created already. So now I can create another menu. So to do that, just come here and click on create a new menu. Now for this maybe I want to create this menu for the accounts. I want to call this account and then I'll just click on create menu. So don't worry, once you start now, I want to add some pages under this particular one. So you can come here to pages. So maybe for this now, I want to have my account, I want to have checkouts, I want to have cards, and then I want to have profile. Okay, maybe these are the things I want to add. I'll just select them and click on add to menu. Also, you can also use post. If you want to use post as a menu, if you want to use a custom link, all right, so here you just put in the link and the text that you want to appear, right? You can also use category to create menu, all right? So there are different options that you can use to do that. Then, like I said earlier, you can rearrange them. Okay, you can also create a sub menu. Maybe under accounts, you want this checkout. This is how you bring it. Okay, you can see sub item. That's how you're able to achieve some of this. All right. Okay, so once you create a sub item, it will look something like this. Okay. So let me return it back to the way it was. So let me just save that. All right. So with that now, we've been able to create menu. If I should come over here, let's refresh and see if you're going to see any changes. All right, so you can see now the menu we've just created. We have home, about, contacts, courses, blog, and then become an instructor. And it is at the header side. I'll show you why it is coming at the top. All right. Now, if you look our reference website now, if you should scroll down, you see that we have some here. Okay, so you can also create a menu that will just have the privacy, terms, sitemap, and purchase. You can also create a menu that will have just a certain information. All right. So now that you already know how to create a menu, now I want to work on this header section. Now, if you look at our reference website, this is the header that they have. Like I said earlier, your header consists of your menu, your logo, and some maybe this top bar, then your login and register. Okay, so I want to show you how to create header. But I won't be creating this kind of header. I'll be showing you a different type of header type that you can create. So once you come to your dashboard, come over to theme Elementor that we have right here. Okay. So once you are there, you just click on all templates. So you can see we've not created anything here. So just click on add new. So we want to start with the header. So you click on header. All right. So you give it a name. So let me call this main header. Now, enable sticky means if you enable this sticky header, that means, let me make this, if you are scrolling down, the header will be at the top. It will remain sticky there. All right. If you want that, you can check this. If you don't want it, you can uncheck that. All right. So this place where you say add condition. So where do you want it to show? Do you want it to show on the entire website or some certain page? I want it to show on the entire website, so I'll leave it like that. All right. Now there's a template here, which is what I'm going to be using. All right. So it's a pro, but we have access to it. So go ahead and click on create template. So once you click on create template, it will take you to this page. It will direct you to an Elementor page. Now, one thing I like about this is this particular section where it will show your logo and then your username, all right, and this profile or cart option here. All right, so what you can just do is now you can turn things around with this. Okay, you can click here with the idea of Elementor that I've shared with you earlier. You should be able to walk around with this. So if you want to change the background, you want to change the text, you can do that. So here where we have the edit icon, we don't need an icon, so I can just delete it. What we actually need here is a logo. So I can just go ahead and delete, then I'll search for logo. So here we have the site's logo. So I'll just bring it in here. All right. So once we upload a logo into our site, it's going to appear here. So where do we want it to link to? We want it to link to our home page. So let me just type in home. It should appear. All right. So once we upload a logo, it will definitely appear here. Now you can also, do this the way you like. You can also recustomize everything just using Elementor. You can see this is one section here holding this top banner. If you want to change this also, you can also change it. If you want to have it in two sections, depending on how you want to customize it or design it, you can also do that. Okay. So that's why I prefer this. It's self-customizable. If you want to change the background color to this from white, you remember when we did one page, another pages. Once you click here, you come to style. You can change the color. All right, it all depends on you. All right, so let me just undo that. So let me just take out that color. So let me return it back to white. So once you are done, you can go ahead and publish. So now that we have published it, if you go back to the front end of our website, if you refresh it now, so you can see this is what you are going to be having. All right. So now if you look at this text that we are seeing right there, you can see that the text is too big. So for you to adjust that, you can also come back here. So you come back here, you just click here. All right. So you change it to full width. It was in box before. So once you change it to full width, okay, so it will spread out. So you can see it here. All right, so it's automatically spread out. Don't forget, I said we've not uploaded logo. That's why the logo is not showing up. All right, so don't forget to always publish. Now, if I come to the front end and I refresh it, let's see. All right, so it's looking better like this. Now, if you want to also change this over color, the way I'm hovering over it, you'll still be able to do that within here. All right, if you look at the style options, you can see the menu. This is where you're going to put in the normal color, like that's the color it is. If you over it, you can see it's showing blue. That's why once I over it, it's blue. Active color means if you're on a particular page, what color should it show? So you can customize all of these things. There are a lot of customization options for you. That's why I prefer to use this. Okay, so now we've done the header for the menu header for the top side. All right, so now let's go ahead and show you how you can do the footer. All right, you can see we don't have footer, but if you look over here, you can see we have footer. In fact, we have two types. We have this particular footer and then we have this other footer. Now let me show you something on other e-learning platform. So I'm currently on Udemy now. So if you look at their footer, you can see they have like 4 different columns, okay, with a whole lot of menu items that you can see here. This is another section you can see because the background is kind of like different, and there's a divider here showing another footer section. Now this is possible because they have, it's a big site, Udemy. They have a large collection of courses, and then so what they did here was to make sure that they bring out all the categories of some of the major courses and then bring out the subcategories. All right, so I'll still show you how you can achieve something like this. Now, if you look at that of Coursera too, you'll see that their footer starts from somewhere here. They have this section. Here is another section, and then the final bottom section where it's having this copyright text and their social media icon. All right, so why I'm sharing you this is so that you can be creative with yours. This is EDX. So you can see they have 3 columns, a particular category of course, and other courses under it, subcategories. Here is another footer section also. This is the second footer, and then I think this is the third one. Okay, so you can be creative with your footer, okay, and it is much easier to achieve such footer if you have a lot of courses or content on your website. All right, so now let's go ahead and create remember our own footer. So to do that, you come back to your dashboard. All right, you come over to where we have this theme Elementor, click on add new templates, or you click on templates. So let me just click on add new. So we want to do footer now. So default type, so you select footer, so you give it a name. So let me call it footer 1. So there are 2 layouts that we can pick from. Okay, so you can also create your own custom layout anyway, but let me just go with this layout 2, and then I click on create. So this will redirect me to an Elementor page builder. So now with this template, now it has opened up the Elementor. Now this shouldn't be straight to you again, because at least we've used Elementor quite a couple of times in this video. All right, so you can stick with this template, or you can just turn things around for yourself. Okay, remember this background is having a black background. If you want to change the background color, just click here. You come to style. You can see you'll be able to change the background color. All right. For example, now I can decide to move this social media icon that we have here. So if I copy, maybe I want it to be, you can see here now, if I click here, it's showing me that this is a site logo. Okay, remember we've not uploaded the logo, and then here is a copyright text. Okay, I can decide to say, okay, maybe I want my social media icon also to be just below it. Okay, so it's also possible to do that. With that, I can just go ahead and delete what I have here. All right. So if you look at this section now, it's talking about app. If you have an app, if you want to use this, you can just go ahead and make use. And if you don't need it, you can just delete this section or this column. You can see it will automatically adjust itself. So for this now, you can just adjust the size. Okay, for this, I can just change the width for this. Now maybe I want it to take up, since it is 3 column now, I can just put this to be 33. Then I put this also to be 33. And then this other one can then remain to be 33. All right. So you can also have it like that. And if you want to make it in 4 columns, so you can retain that. All right. So once you are done with, now if you look at this, okay, let me also talk about, you can see all these menu items. It was done with header info. So if you want to change all the information here, if you want to change this from quick links to any other, any other thing, for example, okay, I've deleted it to any other thing, you can change it. The menus here, this is for about. All right, then you put in the link to your About Us page. For example, if I just search for About, so you can see it will take me to the About Us page, and then you can customize them also. Okay, so you can see you can also customize them. The normal, once you over them, okay, so the color that it will show. Same thing. Now this is for get in touch, where you are going to put in your contact address or your phone number and everything. So it's the same thing here. Once you come here, if you want to add an icon, for example, this one is showing email. If you want to put an email icon, so you just search for envelope. I think, yes, that's envelope. You insert it here. All right. And then you can also link it. Now, if you want your mail to be clickable, on that link, you just put mail to, and then column, and then you enter your email again. So once they click on it, they'll be able to take them to their email mailing app. All right. And then you come here and also do all the necessary styling for the colors, the size, and everything. Okay, so once you are done, you can just go ahead and then publish. All right, so once that is published, if I should go back, so let's go back to the back end of our website. Let's see what it looks like. So you can see it here. This is what it's looking like. All right, so it's not yet showing here. There's a place you are going to get to the customization, which is, I think that's the next thing. We are going to set it up for it to show just below here. All right, now I want to also show you how to create this. Now you can see where they have this become a tutor. So this was also done using this okay, so what you just do is just also click on add new, then you click on let's call that footer, let me call that footer 3. All right, so click on create templates. So this is it right here. So we just need to bring in just one of this. All right, so let's see again. So we just have this become an instructor, and that's the same title and then the button. Okay, so let me just copy it from the other pages that we've created before now. So I've copied it, then let me just paste it here. So let me see, what do we have here? So become an instructor. So alternatively, you can also use a separate heading and text to achieve this. So become an instructor, and then the other text is, all right. And then, so what you just need to do is, you can see that this is bigger than the other heading. Okay, So you can see this is bigger. So what you need to do is to, under style, when you get typography, you make sure this is bigger. Now for the button, I can just copy where we use button here. Okay, I can just copy this button. So copy, come here, and then paste. All right, so then I can go ahead and format it. This is center. The color, the background color is, okay, there's no background color. Once you over it is black. So I believe you should be able to do that. Now, instead of showing this orange color, you should be showing black. So let me see, once you over it, it should show black. All right, so exactly. All right, so then you can add your background. So I'm trying to pick this now, it's not allowing me to do that. So there's where it comes handy. So we are going to increase, you can see it. So to do that, you can increase the height. Okay, so increasing the height is better. So let's say 400. Right, then to put it at the center, you come over here, click on center, so it's already at the center. You come to style to give it some background. So you click on classic, then you're going to add image. I don't think I have this, but I'm just going to use, okay, so let me just use this, select. Then for position, I'm going to put it at center, repeat. I don't want it to no repeat. Size, I want it to cover. Okay, I think that is fine. So for the background overlay, okay, so for the background overlay, we are going to pick color. So which is this particular color here, right? So you can see it here. So that was how this was created. So you can also, this is showing white instead of not no color. So you can also do that. So let me go ahead and publish this. We are actually going to make use of this. That's why I want to make sure I create it as our footer 3, right? Okay, so there's another thing we also need to do for our footer so that we can achieve those kind of multi-layer footer that we have. So now let's go back to our dashboard. So we've created footer 1, footer 2. So I want to create one more footer, which is, we've created footer 1 and footer 3. So I want to create footer 2 so that I can use it to explain those levels of footer that we can achieve, all right? So I'll just come over here and click on add new. I want it to be footer. And then let me call this footer 2. So let's still use this same one. And then I click on create template. So guys, if you are still finding value, please give the video a thumbs up. If you are still here to subscribe, please go ahead right now and click on that subscribe button, all right? So now it has opened up. All right, so I want to remove this. Okay, I don't want this. I'll be removing this for the footer. So now this lower part, I don't also want it. I can also delete it. Okay, now this is 3. I want it to be 4, so I'll just come over here and then I'll duplicate. So that makes it 4. Okay, no, let me delete this get in touch. I want it to be in form of menu. Okay, so I'll just duplicate this and then I'll duplicate this. Okay, so with this duplicated now, I can maybe have this to be for its category for business. I'll just put it as business. Now, so what that means that all these other ones where you have blog, about us, podcast, so I can just use it as a menu to some other courses, all right, that fall under business. This place can just be programming. All right, so that means I'll just list some couple of a link to courses under programming, and then I can just use this one to be fashion, and then engineering. All right, so I hope you get the concepts now. So this is how you do it. So each of these things, you are going to link them to either a particular course on your website, okay? And for you to get that now, so for you to get a link to some of the courses, you can paste the link of the courses directly. You can see link here, or you can just search for a particular category and then you copy the link. This is what I'm talking about. If you're on your website like this, using this reference website now, you can just come here and search for a particular course, maybe business. So the results that it will show you, okay, so you see this link here, okay, is what you are just going to copy, all right? You can see that there's a course that show up when I search for business. You can see, so once you just copy this link, depending on the keyword, and then you come and put it in the keyword that applies to it. I hope that makes sense, all right? So let me just go ahead and publish this like this as our footer 2. So I'm currently back to the dashboard of my website. So if I should scroll down to appearance, where are you? So this is appearance, and then you're going to see customize, so you click on it. So once it's open up, you can see there are a lot of options here which we are going to be going through one after the other. All right, so let me close this. Now starting with the general, so under general is where we can set up our logo. So we've put in our logo already. So this logo is having black background. So let me see if I have, white. Let me see if I can put in the other logo. Okay, so let me use this instead. All right, so we've put in our logo. So you can see it here. All right, so then next is the page layout. So this is where you're going to set your page layout. It's currently set to header and content white. So just leave it like this. The site layout rather. So for page layout, so this is the default page layout. All right, so you remember when we were creating pages that it was showing default. That's because in the customize section, a page layout has been set already. Okay, so then switch layout style, if you want to do that, and then padding switch layout. Okay, so let me go back. So next we have the page title layout. So if you come over to, let's see, on our contact us page, so make sure that once you are doing it now, you can see it on our contact us page. This is the layout. This is how you can choose your layout. So if I should set it to this now, let's see. So you can see it will push it. This text is at the center, but I think this was what it was using before. All right, so you can see it now. You can choose your text alignment at the left. That's why it's showing at the left. Okay. So, and every other option that is available here, this is where you can do the page layout. All right, the styling, this for global colors. Now you can see that green came up immediately. That's because the secondary color is set to green, the primary color is set to this golden yellow. So if you change it here, anywhere this color is used, it will change it from green to the color you pick. Anywhere this color is used as a primary color, it will change it to this. Now if you look at this vertical line beside contacts, that's because it is the primary color. So if I change it here, it will change here likewise, and every other places. So if you want to set background type, maybe if you want to add an image to the background of your website, this is where you can upload an image, and then you just see an image, going through the background of your website. Okay. So for social share, all right, this is where you select your social share that you want to use. Now, if you look at some of the courses, if you open some of the courses, you see some share buttons. So this is where you select, and you can rearrange them so you can see it here. All right, so other options here, we have typography. So if you want to change your website's font, okay, this is where you can change your website font. Now remember, also if you are doing your elemental customization, you see some place that will show you default. That's because right here we've selected the font that we want to use for our website. Okay, so when it's showing default, it's not that default is the name of a font. It's actually letting you know that you are using the font that you've set to use in your website. So if I change it from Roboto here, that means anywhere that I selected default, it will change to Roboto, except I use a different kind of font. Okay, so you can see the button typography, the header font family, and different header and the sizes. All right, so by default some of these options are okay, but if you feel like you need to change them, all right, so just you can go ahead. But like I would say again, make sure any changes you make, you are seeing the effects, so that in case you might need to change them again, you know where to go. All right, so these are some extra features. Auto login is on. Back to top is currently turned on, which is this that you are seeing here. All right, it will just take you to the top of the page. All right, so this is where to turn it on. You can select either you want this square with an arrow pointing toward, which is this here, or if you want this one, all right, you can also choose it. Now we also have page preloader. It's currently turned off. If you want it, that means once you are opening some certain page, this preloader will first of all come up. Okay, but if you want to use a custom image, all right, but I'm not using it. It's currently turned off. So the next we have utilities. Let's see what is this, where you can put in your Google Analytics, your Facebook pixel, and all this other information here. All right, away from that, we have custom CSS. If you need to add some custom scripts or custom code, JavaScript code, you can do that. Now let's come over to sidebar. So if you want sticky sidebar, it's currently turned on. You'll find this on course page. So if I should open the courses page, okay, so we've not added sidebar. So we've not added sidebar, that's why it's not showing up, but sidebar is enabled. Okay, even on our blog also, we should have a sidebar. All right, so you can see there's a portion for sidebar, but we've not added widgets to the sidebar. We are still going to get there. So this is where some settings for sidebar, and then we have the 404 page. All right, so this is what it should show if there's a 404 error page. All right, so make sure all the changes that you do here, you also publish here. All right, so that's the option under general. So if you also come to header, so this is where you select your header layout. Okay, so there's no option here. That's because we are using a custom header type. You can see the header is built by Theme Elementor Kit. You can edit or configure it. All right, so that's why there's no option showing up under header. Let me show. All right, so the next one is the toolbar. The toolbar is a particular, like, let me show you here. Now, this is the toolbar here. Remember, this is the demo site. This part here is the toolbar, but because we are using a custom kind of header, that's why there's nothing here. Then main menu, okay, we can't select anything here. Also, sticky menu. Okay, basically we can't really do much here because we are using a different kind of header here. So let's just move away from here. So we don't have anything to do here. For site identity, so this is where you put in your site title and then your tagline, all right? Now, for this site icon, you can also put in your logo here. Now, what that site icon actually means is some of those logos that will show in your browser tab. Okay, so I've selected one here. Okay, so I just want to have this. You can see it here. Okay, so this is your browser tab. It will show you the site name and it will show you the site icon. So that's the meaning of this site icon. So click on crop image. Okay, so my tab is not showing, but you can see it's the sample here. This is the meaning here. All right, so make sure you always publish. So the next is on the blog. So if you come to blog page, all right, so this is where you can set the settings for the blog page. So the best thing to do is make sure you're on the page as you're editing it. So we're currently on the blog page. So you can see it's currently set to right side. That means you can see that there's a separate side as there's a right sidebar. We've not added the sidebar. Once we do, you'll be able to see that. Then show switch layouts and grid list. If you want this default template, column grid, if you want it to be in grid form, you can select that. Then the top image, so this is it. Now, if you want to change the image, this is where you can change the image, all right? So away from that, the archive page, the single post page, all right? So that's how each of the, so if I should open this now, how will it show up? All right, so the single post page will also have a sidebar. So that's why we are having this space here. Hidden title is currently turned off. If you want to turn it on, all right? Breadcrumb, let's see, this is a breadcrumb here. So if you want to turn it off, if you toggle this, it will go, so that's it right there. So the title color and every other thing, related posts, if you scroll down now, you see related posts. So you can see related posts, that's because it is turned on, all right? And then title color and every other thing, okay? So that's it. Then the meta tags, you want to show the author, show date, show category, show comment number. So you can see it here. Show the author, this is the author, show dates. So show date, show comment number, you can see it here. So this is where you can set up some of those options. So let's come back, that's it on blog. If you come over to courses, the same thing applies to courses under settings. So you have to open the course page so that you can see what all these things actually means. Okay, price, course price color is set to red, and you can see it here showing red. Okay, loop course item is set to default, enable login pop-up, all right. And then we have the single page. So that's how each courses should appear. All right, remember when we were creating courses, I made mention of this, and there's a place that shows that default. Okay, that's because if you have set it up here. So you can see it here, it's currently set to this, and that's what we are having here. Okay, so if I want this option, if I should select this now, so let's see. So you can see it here, and the price is to the right. Okay, so it all depends on how you want it to appear. The options is limitless. All right, so if you want to, you can see the layout is set to right sidebar, all right, and then this top image that you are seeing here. So sortable tab course, we have description, then we have curriculum instructor, followed by student list and the likes. Okay, so this is, if you don't want any of them, you can just click on this eye icon and then it will disable them. All right, so let's go back and see then collection pages to almost similar. All right, so WooCommerce settings, we might not need to do anything here. All right, then portfolio, I didn't really set up portfolio, but I made mention of it that as an instructor, if they create a portfolio, this is where they are going to do some correction or some anyhow you want it to appear, right? Customization rather, that's the right word. Okay, but I didn't create portfolio, so we don't really have much to do. Now let's come to footer. All right, so if you scroll down, let me come back to the home. So if you scroll down to footer, so that's footer settings. Now footer custom class, if you want the footer color background and the footer color. and then footer background image. No, we can't really do much here because we are using a custom footer. Then the copyright. Now this copyright is what you are seeing here. All right. So if you want to change it, this is where you can change that. All right. So you can just have those copyright text that they usually put at the footer of website, and then you can have them designed by Digitech. All right, so whatever you want to put here. Okay, so let's come back. So that's it on footer anyway, but I think our own footer is going to overwrite all of this. So you can also do that of the mobile, and then now over to widgets. Okay, so now the widget starting from the top bar. Now we can't really do much at the top bar because we are using a custom header. Okay, but what we want to do now, then for the menu right, we can't do anything because we are using also a custom type. Now the footer top. So let's go over to the footer top. Now for the footer top now, we'll come over here. Now this is the footer top. Let me show you from here now, from the reference website. So this is the footer top. I think so, either this or this. But we are going to find out pretty soon because we have footer top, the footer, and then footer bottom. Okay. Close. So now let's start with then we also have copyrights. Okay. But let's start with the footer itself. So you come over to add widgets, and then you click on search for text. This. All right. So what you are going to do is now you come back to the dashboard of your website. Come over to this theme Elementor. You come to this all templates. All right. So here we have, let me use footer one. So you see this code here. So just go ahead and copy it. So if I should paste it on where we have footer. All right. So you just paste it here and then you click on done. All right. So you can see it. All right. So this is it right here. It has appeared under the footer section. Don't forget to publish. Then now for the footer bottom is this particular one here. This is let me show you from our reference website. Okay, so for the footer bottom is the one that has orange background. So I'll come over here to add widget. Also look for text. So I'll come over to theme. So that will be this footer 3. Yeah, I think so, footer 3. So let me copy this. All right. So I'll paste it in this footer bottom. That footer bottom, this is it here, where you can see, which will appear once you scroll up like this at the footer. So I'll just paste the code again. All right, so I've pasted it, click on done, and don't forget to publish. All right, so you see that now if I should scroll up, you can see that it will appear. Okay, so that's how you are going to do this. All right, so I can see that this is not showing on a full width, so that means we need to click on full width instead of box. So I think you should understand what I'm saying. All right, so that's how to do this part that is showing underneath it. Now remember, we also have now for this footer top, let me copy footer 2 and put there so that we can see where it will appear. So if I should copy this, so I also use text. So if I should paste it there, click on done. So let's see. So you can see the footer top, okay, it will appear at the top, all right? So depending on how you want to arrange it, so if you want this to come at the second place, you can also do that. Now, let me also show you something now. You can also have different, for example, maybe you have different footer type, and then you want it, or different design anyway, and then you want it to appear, for example, now like this particular one that's showing up here, you want another one to show below it. So you just copy this code also, and then you paste it. Okay. So that means you can have maybe 2 or 3 of them on the same footer type. Okay, so you can see it here. It will still appear twice. All right. So that's if you want to have a multi-level kind of footer. So this is how you can also achieve that. So let me just go ahead and close this. And then let me just go ahead and take this off. But the aim is to just show you how to do that. So let me just remove this. Okay. And then publish. So with that now, we've been able to customize. I've shown you how to do your footer. We've covered a lot. All right. And we've also looked at widgets. Okay, so now let me go back to the dashboard, and then let me also show you some other things under widgets. So under appearance, if you come to widgets, So you see these are the available widgets. You can see it here. There are a whole lot of them, so you can take your time to go through them. All right. But what I want to show you is this now. Remember when I was talking about sidebar, when we are on the courses sidebar and then the other blog sidebar. Okay. So this is where you can set what you want to see on the sidebar. For example, now on the course page, you can see courses sidebar. So there's nothing there now. Let's say I want to put in, let's see, filter by attributes. Okay. So you just click here and then we want it on the course sidebar. Just click it and click on add widgets. So you can see it will appear here. Then maybe I want a particular image to show on the right sidebar. I can just put it there. Okay. So add, so you can see image. So maybe I want to also add recent course. You can just pick anything from here and then you are going to see it here. So once they are here, if you want to do any setup here, you can also do that. All right. So the same thing applies to the blog. So this is for the sidebar. So maybe for this will also work for the blog. So let's say I want to put in, so let's check it here. So for example, now we're on the course page, you can see we have category, we have all courses, we have latest courses, and then we have an image here. So that's what I'm saying. So this is where you're going to put that. So just make sure that we have, for example, category. Now let me look for categories, for example. So I want it to be on the course page, add widgets. All right. So we also have image. That's how you can do it. So if you also check the blog page too, so if you check out the blog page, you'll see that on the sidebar there are some other things here. You can see we have popular course, latest post. So this is where we are going to do it. So latest post. Now let me look for latest post. So now we have recent post. I just want it to be at the sidebar. Okay, so that's how you can go ahead and add the widgets that you want to add. So if you want to add in a title, so you can just put it as latest post. That's how you do that. All right, and then you save. All right. So with that, now it will appear as that. So that's it on widget. So we are gradually rounding up with this video. So another thing I also want to show you is how to add a user. All right. So if you have a website like this, you might not be able to manage it. Okay, you might need people to help you to manage it or give them access to do certain things on the website. All right. So how do you grant them access? So you come over to users. So you see, if you click on all users, so you can see I'm the only user here as the administrator. So you come over here to click on add users, add user rather. So this is where you put in their username, the email, first name, last name. So the major thing you need is actually the username and the email, but you can go ahead and fill in other information. Now this is where you give them a role. Now administrator is the highest role that is available. Next is editor, author, contributor. You understand? So based on the roles that you want to give them, you put it here. But you have to note that if you give them the role of an administrator, they have the same right as you. They can come into the website and just take you out. All right. So you need to take note of that also. So whichever role you want to assign to them, you can also just go ahead and do it that here, and then you click on add user. Okay. So now the next thing we want to do is we want to test this website. So let's go ahead and view our site again. So if I should open it in new tab, so this is what our website currently looks like. Okay, and then you can see our footer and these other ones. Okay, now before we start to test the website as a student, and also, there are two things we want to do now: test it as a student and also to test it how to become an instructor. Okay. Now, if you look here, it is showing store is coming soon. That means our store is not yet live. So just click on it. So then you select this option live. So that means your entire site is visible to everyone. Then you click on save changes. So to test the website as a student and also as an instructor, I've currently opened it in an incognito window. I can see it here, incognito window. Now, so if I should click on login, here you can see this is where I can log in. If I have an account, I'll log in. But I don't have an account, you can see this is an option to register now. So if I click on register now, so you can see. So now I'll go ahead and put in a username, email, password, and then let's see how it goes. So I've put in my username, email, and password. So let's click on sign up. So you can see I've successfully created an account, and you can see it here. So that's my name is showing, and then so you can see all of these options. If I click on edit profile, let me open this in a new tab. Then I can able to see my wish list. I can see where my certificates. If I've completed any course and I want to check my certificate, I can do that here. So if I also want to become an instructor, you can see the options is here, become an instructor. Okay, all right. So you can see under profile, this is where I can, remember when I was creating an account, there was no option to put in first name and last name. Now I can put in my first name, last name, biography, put in my social icon, and then, okay. And then under avatar, I can put in a profile picture, a cover image, which is, I think, this particular place. Okay, so those options will be there once I create an account. So if I should click on certificate, you can see no certificates available because I've not completed any course that warrants me getting a certificate. And if I want to become an instructor, so you can see it here. So I'll need to fill this form, okay, to become an instructor. But before then, let me say I want to get a course now, okay. So that means if anyone is to become an instructor, the person will still need to sign up even as a student, okay, the same way as a student or someone that wants to enroll as a course, okay. So let me start with this free course. So once I click on it, so I've selected the free course. You can see this is free, so I'll click on start now. You can see congratulations, and here you can see I already have access to the course. Okay, so remember when we created this course and everything. So if I should scroll down, so you can see I can mark this one as complete. That means I'm done with it. Okay, do you want to complete this lesson? Yes. All right. So you can see that is I'm done with it, and you can see it's showing me the progress 1 out of 3. So with that, I can go. The lesson content is complete, so I can go to the next one now. So you can see I can move to the next one to continue. And then there's an option for me to leave a comment. Okay, so let's go to the next. All right, okay, before I go to the next, I can also attend to this quiz. Okay, so if I click on start, so that's it on how to take a course. Let me close this. So I'm back to the profile. Okay, so you can just, once you click here, you see, or once you just click on the icon itself, take it to your profile. So now, like I mentioned earlier, I want to show you, if you want to become an instructor, okay, that means you want to be able to create a course. So once I come here, I click on become an instructor. So this is the form that I'll need to fill for me to become an instructor. The name is already there, the email. I'll just need to put in a phone number and the message, and then I'll click on submit. Okay, so you can see, thank you message, your message has been sent. All right, so this is it as this user, all right, has applied to become an instructor. So now as the administrator, if I should go to the back end of the website now, so let me just come over here and refresh, or let me just click on the dashboard. So even under this, so where I'll come over to users, okay, also I click on users, I click on all users. So you see where we have pending requests, okay. And now you see the one I created just now, the account I just created now with Prosperity, you can see to show as a user, but subscriber. That's the user that is the role subscriber. Okay. Now, but there's a pending request here. Once you click on it, so you can see here, this is where you accept them as a teacher or an instructor. Okay. So once I click on accept, okay, so you can see now it will show up here as LP instructor. And all this process of application will also come with an email. Okay, let me show you. So this is the email as an admin. So you see that at the point when an order was placed, you see that an email was received. Okay, a user has ordered, a user order has been completed. Okay, so that's when an order, remember, although it's free, but you receive a mail as an administrator. Okay, so let me just go back so I can show you all the email. So you can see a new order was placed. This is showing you as an instructor also, because you are the one that own the course, you also receive an email. So you can see Tony has enrolled in a course, okay, and then a request to become an instructor. Okay, so you as an administrator, you're also going to receive an email that somebody wants to become. You can see user akprosperblog1@gmail request to become an instructor at PA Academy. All right, so their phone number and every other details will show up here. Okay, so also as the applicants, you can see here your request to become an instructor has been accepted. Okay, after I accepted that request right here, you can see the person is also going to receive an email. When I also purchased the course as a student, okay, you can see your order has been placed, and then you can see your order has completed. Okay, so all these things comes with email. And remember I said all these email, you can also customize them, but by default, this is what the email actually looks like, which is not bad anyway. Right, so now I'm acting on behalf of this new user that is now an instructor. So if I should go back to that incognito window where I have it logged in, so this is the incognito window where I applied earlier to be an instructor. So if I should refresh this now, so with that now, you see that after refreshing, you see that there is a new access. If you look here, you see Tony now. But one thing you notice that once a user has been accepted as an instructor, they will have access to the back end, but they will have limited options. You can see. So under this LeaenPress now, they'll be able to create a course, lesson, quizzes, okay, and they'll have access to all of this. And what you can see on the screen, you can see that they have limited option, okay, but the options that they have is just to make sure that they can create a course. You can see they have access to portfolio and the likes. So just the same way, they can also go ahead and start creating courses. You can see, so you can start to create courses. Now, nothing is showing here because the other course, remember, was created under a separate user. Okay, so that is how it works. To make it easier, one thing you can do is you can customize your email so that once you have accepted them as an admin, the email that they'll receive will show them a link that they can use to log into the back end of the website, and which is what I've shown you earlier. So which is the name of your domain name /WP admin. All right, so if you also want to change this to something different, there's a separate plugin to do that, but I'm not going to be talking about that. Okay, so but this is how to go about it. So before we round up with this video, let me the other time we showed a free course. Let me see if it is a paid course. You can see there's an add to cart button here. So it has been added to carts. So you can see that's why it's showing one. You can click here or you click here to view carts. If I click on view carts, so you can see this is what our carts page look like. Then you can proceed to checkout. Okay, so this is where you enter your billing address and then your payment option. So currently you can see there's no payment option available. Remember when we were setting it up, I walked you through how to add either PayPal or Stripe, okay, which I didn't complete anyway. So once you complete that, you'll be able to enter your preferred payment choice depending on what you use, and then you'll be able to place your order. So that's it on how to go about placing an order. So before we finally round up with this video, let me just do a quick overview. So, and some other things I need to just show you real quick. Now, if you come over to LeaenPress and then you look at the statistics, so once you are done and you start making sales and people start buying your course or signing up for courses, you're going to see that this is going to start to make sense. You can see total sales, total order, total courses, total instructor. Remember, we now have 2 instructors, all right? So you can also check it based on orders, courses, and then users, and then you can sort it based on days. And then if you also check out the order itself, it will show you the order, the student that purchased it, the course they purchased, when, and then how much, if they've at all they've completed it. All right. So to get that under LeaenPress, you see it here, orders. Okay. Now remember, you can only have access to all this information as an administrator. Okay. Now if you want to set up cookies, all right. So just come over to this menu where you have Eduma. You see cookies consent. All right. So there's a template already created for you. So what you just need to do is to enable it, and then you can save. That's if you want to set up cookies. Okay. And then so again, back to this courses page, you can see now we have, if you want to show it in grid form, and if you want to show it as a list. Now remember this sidebar that we were creating under widget, we already did that of categories. So you can see it here. So you can have as many sidebar that you want, and you can customize it based on your preference. Same thing applies to the blog, the sidebar you already created for latest posts. Okay, so if you want to have other one and maybe you want to customize it, everything is within the widgets section. So guys, that's it on this video. I hope you find a lot of value in it. If you do, please let me know in the comment section. Give the video a thumbs up, and if you are yet to subscribe, kindly go ahead and click on that subscribe button right now. It really takes a whole lot to put this video together, so just give the video a thumbs up and do make sure you subscribe. And if you have any question for me with respect to this video, let me know in the comment section below. And don't forget, all the links, I'm going to leave them in the comment section. Don't forget to make use of the link so that you can get 75% discount on your hosting. Again, the link is on your screen. And if you want to also get a theme, I'll also leave the link in the description and to show right there on your screen. So do make sure you use them to purchase your theme and then your hosting plan. And if you have any video requests, guys, just let me know in the comment section below. So thank you very much for watching. My name is Prosper, and I'll see you all in another video. Bye for now.